Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Nemico Network with another open source intelligence live report. Tonight we have some breaking news. I'll be getting into that in just a second here. Today is Thursday, March 12th, 2026. We are now on day 13 of the U.S.-Israeli war with Iran in the Middle East, and developments in the last 24 hours have been significant, to say the least. And we will be getting right into it here tonight. Again, starting with our breaking news, which is a U.S. Air Force KC-135 tanker has crashed in western Iraq. This is coming from Central Command, U.S. Central Command, in the over the past half an hour here or so. Give me one moment here while I just get everything together. Give me 1 second. We also have our live feeds tonight. Again, we're monitoring Beirut. We have two separate live feeds out of Beirut, two separate live feeds out of Tel Aviv, and we have some other sporadic live feeds as well. But again, to start off this report tonight, our main focus is going to be, again, covering this story, which is just breaking, again, in the past half an hour or so here. Again, it does look like two aircraft were involved here, two separate refueling aircraft. This post coming from directly from U.S. Central Command says U.S. Central Command is aware of a loss of a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft. The incident occurred in friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury over Iraq, to be specific here, and rescue efforts are ongoing. Two aircraft were involved in the incident. One of the aircraft went down in western Iraq, and the second one landed safely. Although we are getting some reports in now that there was some slight damage to it. Again, this was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. However, again, there is an aircraft, a U.S. KC-135R, that has crashed here in Iraq. To see you, good to see you. J-Mac, good to see you. The only Angie, good to see you. Big shout out to, one moment here, let me look. Wonderlust, thank you so much for the super chat. Highly appreciate it. Again, we're just kind of getting started here. Let me let me get everything together here for you guys. But again, we're going to be focusing on this breaking news report, again, coming out of the Middle East. So again, it says here, again, this is coming from U.S. Central Command. A KC-135 refueling aircraft has crashed in Iraq. Again, the incident occurred in friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury, and rescue efforts are ongoing at this very minute. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. 1 aircraft went down western Iraq. The second landed safely. We had another post. Where is that here? Another one just came through a few minutes ago. Where is it? Right here. This one's coming from Defense Geek. That second aircraft landed safely, reportedly had issues with right side flaps and possibly another control surface as well. So again, two aircraft crashed. It says here, CBS News reports the U.S. Air Force KC-135 that crashed in western Iraq was carrying 6 crew members. CBS claims a second KC-135 was purportedly hit, but managed to land safely in Israel. Again, we're still waiting to get more confirmation on that. However, another report that is coming through about that second aircraft there that was reportedly hit, again, saying it reportedly had issues with the right side flaps and possibly another control surface on that aircraft. Give me one moment here. Narco, good to see you. Shazzer, good to see you. Nathan, good to see you. Will Russell, good to see you. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Tony Starko, good to see you. Stink Floyd, good to see you. Kaltenberg, good to see you. Rule, good to see you. Rakasan, good to see you as well, as always. Again, we're just getting started here, guys. Give me just a few minutes here to get everything going. We're going to be getting you guys all filled in on what's been going on over the past 12 to 24 hours. I'm going to be covering all of the breaking news that has happened out of the Middle East. Of course, we'll also be keeping a close eye on this current situation here with this KC-135. Again, rescue efforts are ongoing at this very moment in time. Again, yes, it was down over western Iraq. Crashed over western Iraq. And again, there was a second KC-135R that is, again, CBS is reporting that it was hit, but safely landed, again, with damage to, again, some of the rudders and control surfaces of that aircraft. Again, we're still waiting to get more confirmation on if that was actually hit by the Iranians or whoever it may be, or if it was possibly just damaged and then, of course, safely landed. But again, one is on the ground. One is on the ground safely, and one unfortunately crashed. Again, carrying 6 crew members. We're still waiting to get more reports on that here. Some guy asked, did the CENTCOM report say it was not due to fire? The one that crashed, yes. So again, I'll read you the post coming from U.S. Central Command. Again, it says here, we are aware of the loss of the KC-135, American aerial refueling aircraft. The incident occurred in friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury, and rescue efforts are still ongoing. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. 1 aircraft crashed in western Iraq, and the second aircraft landed safely. The incident was not caused by hostile fire or friendly fire. We ask for continued patience as we gather additional details and provide clarity to the families of the service members. However, we have some conflicting reports here coming out. Again, CBS News is reporting, again, they're claiming a second KC-135 was reportedly hit, but managed to land safely in Israel, with another post relating to that, again, from Defense Geek on X here, saying it landed safely, but reportedly had issues with right side flaps and possibly another control surface. Again, that is that second KC-135R, again, that CBS is claiming was hit. So we have one crashed in western Iraq in this area here. Again, rescue efforts are ongoing at this time. And then another KC-135R was reportedly hit. Again, we're still waiting to get confirmation on that, but that's what CBS and a couple other sources are reporting on at this hour. But they managed to safely land, again, with some light damage to the aircraft. Kaltenberg says might have collided. That's possible as well, too. That is definitely possible. Skies, good to see ya. The only Angie, good to see ya. Suicide Jockey, good to see you. Not sure if I already mentioned you. Big shout out to everybody tuning in on Twitch tonight. Again, guys, for those that don't know, we do dual stream both to Twitch and YouTube. Good to see you guys over there tuning in on Twitch. Good to see everybody here on YouTube as well. Again, if you guys have not already, please hit the like button below this live stream if you're on YouTube. Again, it'll help get this breaking news out to more people that may need to see it. Again, stand by here, guys. Again, I'm looking at some reports that are rolling in at the moment. We will be going through and getting you guys all caught up on everything that's been happening over the course of the day as well. I have a whole bunch of very significant breaking news, very significant news, I should say, that has come out over the past 12 to 24 hours here that I'm going to be covering. But again, right as I went to go live, I had a whole different opening for this report planned. We had a whole different title for this report planned. And then right as I went to go live, this, again, breaking news coming out of the Middle East that this U.S. aircraft has crashed in Iraq. And again, so we're going to be taking priority on that one. To you live, good to see ya. Says Nemico, greetings, love the 56-minute documentary-style video. It was excellent. Thank you so much to you live. Yeah, if you guys don't know, I just uploaded a new video over on the YouTube channel outlining misinformation, propaganda, and AI-generated images and videos and how to spot them. It's live now over on the YouTube channel. Highly recommend you guys go and check that out. It's I put a lot of work into that one. I'm pretty satisfied with how that turned out. Suicide Jockey says, Twitch notified of your upcoming stream. X did not. That is unfortunate. Yeah, another thing, guys, if you don't know, over on the YouTube channel, in the posts section, I am currently running a poll, all right? If you go over to the YouTube channel, go down to the post section there, you'll see the poll. It's basically asking about how many of you are getting notifications when we go live with videos and streams. If you guys could go and vote in that, it would be highly appreciated. Give me one moment here, guys. Again, just getting everything lined up for you. Yeah, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I put a lot of work into that one. It took a little bit longer than I wanted to get that out to you guys. I ended up re-recording the entire thing twice. And, yeah, kind of uploaded that a little later than I wanted to yesterday. I wanted to get it out midday Wednesday, but that didn't happen. So, again, for those just tuning in, again, I'm going to be reiterating a couple times as new people roll into the stream here. But, again, this is coming from U.S. Central Command. Which I'll show you the post again. Hold on, give me one moment. Again, straight from U.S. Central Command. Again, a KC-135R American aerial refueling aircraft has crashed in western Iraq. Again, we're waiting to get more concrete information on this. Let me see here. Where was that? There was another one here. Give me one moment. So, according to CBS News, the other aircraft involved in the crash of a U.S. Air Force KC-135R Stratotanker tonight over western Iraq was another KC-135, with the tanker that went down in Iraq carrying a total of 6 service members. Again, still waiting to get more information on the status of those service members. Central Command has said that that rescue efforts are ongoing at this very moment. Again, CBS also claims that another second KC-135R was reportedly hit, but managed to land safely in Israel. Again, that remains to be seen if this was a mid-air collision between two aircraft or if this was hostile fire. I will say, though, and again, keep this in mind, that U.S. Central Command has said specifically that the incident was not caused by hostile fire or friendly fire. Again, in relation to the crash of that other KC-135R. Again, we're not sure if this pertains to the second one as well. It does say 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. So again, this kind of leads me to speculate that this was probably a mid-air collision that occurred and not hostile aircraft from Iran. Only Angie says YouTube, Twitch, and Discord got all 3 notifications. Good stuff, good stuff. Wonderlust says, I got the notification from YouTube so fast I was the first person here. That's good to know. That is good to know. Yep, we're keeping an eye on flight radar here tonight. We do have a Globemaster 3 heading in to Israel at the moment. And there was also a couple other refuelers up. There's one over here. Actually, that's a P-8 Poseid, my bad. There was a few on the map, though, a few minutes ago. They seem to have gone transponders off. We do have the RAF KC-2 Voyager hanging out over here, though, by Cyprus. But we're going to be keeping a close eye on this airspace here and seeing if we can, again, catch a glimpse of anything coming in and out of western Iraq here. Again, the aircraft is suspected to have been down somewhere here again, in western Iraq. Most likely near to Jordan, to the border with Jordan. Hakamelch, good to see you. Some guy, good to see you. Larry, good to see you tuning in. Good to see you tuning in. Thank you for stopping by. Again, I am about to go and, again, get you guys caught up on everything that's been going on here, but I'm just kind of digging for some more information on this KC-135R that went down. I expect us to have some updates rolling in here pretty soon, probably within the next few minutes. But don't worry, we do have reports, other reports that I'm going to be getting you guys caught up on. Just give me one moment here. I'm going to go ahead and refresh our feed, see if we got anything new coming in over here on our X feed, just in case something was posted. It seems like X is giving us a hard time there. With that, I will start reading off some of the reports here this evening. We'll wait to go through our X feed, of course, because X is obviously giving us a problem here. Let me see if I can force it. No, it doesn't want to. All right, we're going to have to wait. We'll have to wait a few minutes here for X to start working again. Sometimes it does this. But again, our top story tonight, again, is the crash of this KC-135R over western Iraq. Again, waiting for more details on that. Our second top story for tonight, Iran's new supreme leader has broken his silence. Mojtaba Khamenei, who succeeded his father Ali Khamenei, again, who was assassinated in the opening strikes of this war, has issued his first public statement today. He did not appear on camera. His message was read by a state television anchor. So again, we did not hear his voice. We did not see him live on camera, again, which has led to some speculation in the intel community over the course of the day. With a still photograph displayed on screen of him. Again, that was an older photograph that was displayed on screen, nothing current, of course. Nearly 2 weeks into this war, no video, no audio. We haven't seen anything, only that one written statement. Israeli assessments suggest he was wounded in the war's opening salvo. Again, a lot of you have, been saying in the chat, that he's maybe lost a leg or that he is in a coma. We don't have anything concrete yet. At the moment, those are all products of the rumor mill, so to speak. Again, Iran has not confirmed or denied this as well, that he has been injured. But again, we're waiting to get more information on that. And yeah, a lot of you have seen the cardboard Khamenei, the cardboard Ayatollah rolling around. Well, Russell says 1935 flight radar. Are you talking about use playback here? Give me 1 second here. What time was that? 1934? Can we do? Yeah, see, so we got KC-135R here at 1934, 1932. Is that what you're looking at there, Will Russell? And then it went off screen. Yeah, I mean, that might have been one just heading in. We have this one here. This might have been the one that came in and landed. This might have been the one that came in and landed here that we're seeing. So this is a playback what happened earlier, for those that are wondering. Again, we're taking a look at some of the... I imagine if this was the one that was... If this was the one that had been damaged, I imagine it would have just turned right in instead of going out and doing a loop and then circling back in to make that approach to Ben Gurion. I imagine it would have just immediately tried to come in. It does look like it went into a holding pattern here, interestingly enough, allowing these other aircraft to come in for a landing. Reach 169 was the one that landed safely. Can I look at a... Hold on, let's back this up. Let's back this up here. Let's go 1928, and then can I look for... Would that have been RCH 169? Yeah. Yeah, nothing, no history on it, of course. And unfortunately, it doesn't I don't think it lets me bring it up during playback. The one that landed Squawk 770. Yeah. Bubba says posted 2 in situation room. I'll take a look at that right now. Oh, I see. That was the one. Okay, yeah. Oh, so that was this one, I believe. Hold on, we have this post brought to us by Bubba over in the situation room there. Squawking 770. Is there a time on this? 4:56, so about 40 minutes ago. So that does look like the aircraft that landed. Only Angie says it burned off fuel before landing. That would make sense, especially if it was damaged. I have that other post, Bubba. It's on our X feed. So I'm wondering, is this the one here then? Registration 571468. Does it show the registration on that one? No, the reg is 638017. Trying to find the... I mean, this one is doing that similar holding pattern that the other one was doing. Registration. No registration on that one. This one has a different registration number on it, though. So again, yeah, for those just tuning in, again, a KC-135R has crashed in Western Iraq. Again, we're waiting to get more updates on that. Give me one moment here. We do have our X feed back up and running. Nothing new coming in at this moment yet. Again, we're still waiting to get more information on this. But again, it does look like at least one aircraft has crashed. The other one was damaged but landed safely. The one that crashed had 6 service members on board, so we're waiting to see what happened there. Yeah, I only see the one. This could be the same one that landed. It does seem to have like an escort with it here. Actually, no, that's a 787. I saw a will look to be another military aircraft kind of escorting it earlier. I'm not sure if that was related or not. The 737, yeah, probably not. This one looks like it maybe was just coming in for a landing there. But I'm thinking this was our aircraft here. The registration code on Flight Radar 24 is different. But this is right around the time that it reportedly happened. Yeah, 6 on board. 6 on board. Yeah, that's the typical crew. Yeah, I mean this is rare but not unheard of. Especially for 2 KC-135Rs to clip or impact each other. Again, usually they give themselves a pretty wide berth. So again, we're still waiting to see what happened here exactly. But again, my initial speculation is that they did, in fact, clip each other. And again, one got knocked down and the other one, again, was just damaged and did safely make it back. Again, it says here from Defense Geek, landed safely. Reportedly had issues with the right side flaps and possibly another control surface. So, again, that's telling me that it probably got clipped on one side, probably the right side of the aircraft there. HD Twisted, good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, we're just getting started here. Again, our breaking news this evening for those just joining us: a U.S. Air Force KC-135R has crash landed in western Iraq. Rescue efforts are ongoing at this very moment in time. Again, this is just breaking within the last 30 to 40 minutes here or less. So a lot of the right as I went to go live, all of these posts started flooding in. Some of them were backdated for like another 20 minutes prior. Suicide Jockey says they have them stacked pretty heavy. That is true. That is true. Commander Health, good to see you. Good to see you tuning in. Will Russell says the other aircraft went offline but was headed east to Iraq. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, we watched that. All right, I'm going to close out a playback here, see if we got anything up. See if we have anything on screen currently. Does not look like we do. There were a bunch of refueling aircraft in the skies just a short while ago as I came on the air here. Doesn't look like anything is up at the moment, at least with transponders on. Again, it is reported. It's being reported that it went down somewhere in this region that I'm circling with my mouse. I know you guys love when I circle things with my mouse. Somewhere in this region here. Yeah, assuming the reports are correct. Again, this is still breaking, so you guys know what I say about breaking news, right? Take everything you see in those first hours with a grain of salt. Wait until we get more confirmation and more concrete evidence here. Again, I'm expecting other information to be coming in here pretty quick. So to follow up, again, Mujtaba Khamenei, again, who's the son of Ali Khamenei, again, gave that address, his first address that he's given to the public since he was elected supreme leader and since his father has died, the late supreme leader, Ali Khamenei. And again, to reiterate for those just joining us, he did not appear on camera, all right? His message was read by state television, by an anchor on state television with a still photograph displayed on screen. We did a little deep dive into the photo that was shown on screen, and it was an old photograph that happened that was taken prior to the war. So it's not a recent photograph. Again, nearly 2 weeks into this war, no video, no audio, nothing. We haven't seen anything of him. Only a written statement. Again, this has led to a lot of speculation here. Israeli assessments suggest that he was wounded in the opening salvo of the war. A lot of speculation kind of surrounding this this development here. Iran has not confirmed or denied that he was injured. But anyway, in that statement, Khamenei, the new Khamenei, Mujtaba, again, sent a clear message to the world. He said, Iran is not backing down. He ordered the Strait of Hormuz to remain closed. That was going to be my breaking story tonight, guys, was we were going to be covering mainly the Strait of Hormuz and developments that have been occurring there over the past 12 to 24 hours. However, again, as we came on the air, we had this breaking news here. Give me 1 second here. Sorry for the audio there, ladies and gentlemen. We have audio feeds coming out of Tel Aviv and Beirut and a few other places as well. Let me adjust those real quick for you guys. Sorry about that. All right, guys, bear with me again. We're just getting started here. I'm about to start going through the news. Just give me one moment. We're going to keep this feed up here of Beirut so we can keep an eye on what's going on in the skyline there in Beirut. Dennis, good to see you. Good to see you. I do not think so, no. All right, so again, I'm just kind of combing through some stuff here and seeing if we have any other information to share about this KC-135R. Again, it does look like that second aircraft was squawking, 7700. Again, it did declare an emergency, but landed safely, again, with damage to its right rudder and some other control surfaces. Again, that's about all the information I have on that second one. On the first one that crashed, again, crashed somewhere in western Iraq. This is coming per Central Command. 6 members on board, 6 U.S. service members on board, and they are, again, conducting rescue efforts right now. So, of course, over Over the course of tonight's reports, we're going to be probably pretty frequently checking Flight Radar 24 to see if we can detect any other aircraft. Same for ADS-B. Currently, the only military flights we have up right now, pretty sporadic on ADS-B. We do have a few of note here on Flight Radar 24, including this Globemaster 3, this C-17A. That's rocking and rolling over the Israeli-Jordan border at the moment. So again, back to that statement by the new supreme leader out of Iran. Okay, I'm just going to start reading off some of the news here, guys, and then we'll start going through our X feed and showing you guys some of the posts and getting you updated on the latest open source intelligence data and reporting. And then we'll very frequently be hopping back over here to Flight Radar 24 or refreshing the latest on our feed so that we can, again, stay up to date and see what's going on with this KC-135R. In that statement, Hamani sent a clear message to the world. He says Iran is not backing down. He ordered the Strait of Hormuz to remain closed, calling it, quote, a lever of pressure that must continue to be used. He demanded all U.S. military bases in the region shut down immediately. So he wants all U.S. bases in the region to be shut down immediately. He vowed Iran would avenge its dead, and critically, he hinted at the possible opening of new unspecified fronts, saying, quote, studies have been conducted regarding fronts in which the enemy is highly vulnerable. That is a significant escalation in language. Again, I'll have more to talk about those statements by the newly elected supreme leader later this evening. Next up here, on the ground and at sea, the attacks continued overnight. 3 more commercial tankers have been struck in and around the Strait of Hormuz. There's quite a few that have been hit over the past few days here, but 3 overnight that are notable, again, as Iran kind of ramps up the pressure here in the Strait of Hormuz. And I'll be talking, that was, again, going to be the main focus on tonight's reporting, what's going on here in the Strait of Hormuz. Again, you could probably tell from our marine traffic map here, there is definitely still some GPS and transponder jamming and stuff going on in some of these areas. We've seen some weird activity from some of these ship transponders over the past day or two here, especially. But again, I'll be talking more about that over the course of this report. However, again, a U.S.-owned crude oil tanker was hit off of Iraq's coast. Again, that's right here. Again, off the coast of Iraq. We also had a container ship that caught fire off the coast of Dubai, which was down here. And let me see, what else we got? We got Iranian drones struck targets in Dubai, Kuwait, Oman, and Saudi Arabia overnight. A drone hit central Dubai, injuring 4 people on the main Sheikh Zayed Road corridor is where that occurred. And a joint drone strike hit the Erbil base in northern Iraq, where both U.S. and British forces are stationed. In fact, actually, really quickly here, I got to get my live universal awareness map up on screen for you guys here. Give me one moment for that. We will probably be using this a little bit tonight as well to take a look at some of the reports here from around Erbil. We have a couple actual drone reports here. This one's 9 hours ago. 2 drones targeting an Iraqi army headquarters east of Mosul in Iraq. And then, of course, 3 hours ago, we had another 3 drones targeting an Iranian opposition camp in Erbil province. Nothing charted on live UA map at this time for, again, that joint drone strike that hit Erbil base in northern Iraq. Again, where both U.S. and British forces are currently stationed, so keep that in mind here. American casualties were reported. We're still waiting to get updates on that situation. British forces confirmed no British were wounded. Again, we're still waiting to get more information if that was just injuries or if any service members have been killed there. Again, I'm hoping to have more info for that on you soon. On the nuclear front, a major development. Israel confirmed today that it struck the Talagan 2 nuclear facility inside the Parchin military complex. This is a site Israel had already destroyed back in October of 2024, but which Iran had quietly begun rebuilding as recently as last May. Some satellite imagery that we analyzed, again, shows bunker-busting bombs had penetrated directly into the area where nuclear weapon component testing is suspected to have resumed at that site. Again, destroying Iran's nuclear program remains a state central objective of its current campaign. So that's definitely a flashpoint there. That's definitely something to keep a close eye on. Up in the north here, and I'll pull up the Israeli version of this actually real quick because we'll get a better fix on what's going on in that area of the region. Give me one moment here. Let me get that up on screen for you. So in the north here in Lebanon, okay, Hezbollah has entered the picture in force again. Around 200 rockets were fired from Lebanon into Israel overnight. The largest barrage since the conflict expanded. Speaking of which, guys, we are currently hearing some small gunfire or possibly a small explosion that's occurred on our Beirut skyline cam. Give me one second, guys, here. I think I'm getting a couple more reports coming in about that KC-135R. I'm just reading some stuff over here. In one moment. Yeah, Kimberly, 2 tankers. Yep, unfortunate. Again, for those just tuning in with us tonight, again, that's our breaking news this evening, is those 2 KC-135R refuelers. One has crashed in Iraq, and the other one was damaged but landed. Again, we're waiting for some further reports to come out of that. Give me one moment here, guys. Again, I'm just going through a few things. Hope to have some more concrete information on that situation here in the coming minutes. Again, we got to give it time. We can't come to conclusions. I talked about this in that video I put up last night. Again, when we get breaking news as substantial as something like this, give it time. Cool down. You know what I mean? Slow your roll and wait for more information to come out. Yeah, so we're hoping that this KC-135R was able to make like an emergency landing. They said in the wording that CENTCOM used was that it crashed. We're hoping that it was again a soft crash, so to speak. Again, that they were able to put the bird down somewhere in western Iraq, hopefully in a flat area, and that again that aircraft wasn't completely destroyed. I mean, six service members were on board in that aircraft. So we're waiting to get more information. So just let's try to slow the roll on speculation. Let's not come to conclusions here because again we don't have enough information yet. Doug Wilson, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I put a lot of work into that one. Again, I highly recommend you guys go check that video out. It's our latest video that we just put up on the YouTube channel. Again, covering misinformation, propaganda, and AI image generation during the Middle East conflict and how big of an issue it is. And I also kind of go into some pointers and some kind of a deep dive on how you can spot it, some techniques that you can use. I show you some examples of some of the content that's been going around and racking up hundreds of millions of views. So again, it's a very big issue. Everybody posting stuff in the Situation Room. Don't worry, I'll get to that stuff here, guys. I know we have quite a few community aggregated reports today. We'll get to those. Don't worry. But again, going back here to our reporting on Hezbollah, again, I'm waiting for more information on the KC-135R. Again, I will occasionally be touching on it repeatedly over the course of this broadcast tonight. But continuing on with this information coming out of northern Israel, southern Lebanon. Again, around 200 rockets were fired from Lebanon into Israel overnight. Again, it's the largest barrage since the conflict expanded to that region there with Hezbollah in Lebanon. So one of the reasons why we're still watching in your lower right corner there the live feeds coming out of Beirut, because again, action is still happening in that area of the Middle East. Again, largest barrage since the conflict expanded. Iran's IRGC claimed a joint operation with Hezbollah struck over 50 targets across Israeli territory. Israel responded with large-scale airstrikes on Beirut's southern suburbs. 11 people were killed in Lebanon. A separate Israeli airstrike on a seaside area of Beirut killed 8 more, including displaced civilians that were there in that region. And we just heard a large explosion, actually, on our... Oh, yep, explosion there. Skies, if... I don't know if we caught the clip or not. There was two separate explosions. One here and one here. Again, I'm circling things again. For that one viewer that doesn't like when I circle things with the mouse, again, I apologize, but it's a hard habit to break. We're working on it. But again, 2 explosions just broke out here. You can see the smoke cloud rising right here from this one, and then, again, the smoke cloud rising there from that one. Right as I mentioned, keeping an eye on the skies of Beirut, we see this strike occur. We can see our secondary camera panning to those now. No name, good to see you. Thank you so much. I appreciate those kind words. Appreciate it. Doug Wilson says, I've seen some of those AI videos and thought they were real shit. It's crazy. It is. It is. Again, it shows how big of an issue it is. Yeah, again, guys, I stress for us not to come to conclusions on the KC-135R situation. On that refueler that crashed. Again, we don't know enough information yet. We don't know the status of those service members. We may not know for a while as to the actual status of those service members. But again, don't come to conclusions too quickly. Again, keep a level head. Look at the facts. Wait for more information. Skies, good work on the clip. Good work on the clip. Thank you so much. Yeah, again, a reminder for everybody that's tuning in that may be new here. Again, this is a community effort. So if you see reports that we haven't covered yet, or you see something that we should be covering in relations to the topic, again, of the war in the Middle East, feel free to drop it in the live chat. Feel free to drop it in the Discord. If your thing is tracking aircraft on platforms like Flight Radar 24 or ADS-B, stuff like this, and you see an aircraft that we should be looking at, go ahead, drop it in the chat, drop the call sign, send us a screenshot on Discord or whatever. We'll take a look at it. Same with maritime. If your thing is tracking ships and maritime movement, and you see something we should look at, of course, drop in the chat. If you track radio frequencies and you see a frequency that we should be looking at, that we should be listening to, send it over. If you're on NASA firms, if your thing is tracking fires, you guys get the point. You get the point. But again, this is a community effort, you know. So if you see something, say something. Let us know. If you have analysis that you'd like, you know, to share in the chat, go ahead, drop it in the chat. Let us know what you're thinking. Again, for those just tuning in, for those just tuning into us here, again, 2 breaking stories here this evening. Well, many breaking stories, but the 2 big breaking things now, again, KC-135R, U.S. aircraft, all right, U.S. Air Force refueler aircraft crashes in western Iraq, and then, of course, we just witnessed these 2 blasts happen here in Beirut just moments ago, and I got a clip that was taken by Skies over on the Twitch channel there. I happened to switch to that Beirut feed in just the perfect amount of time to be able to catch that second blast. And actually on our... Oh, yep. Explosion there. Skies, if... I don't know if we caught the clip or not. You can see the smoke rising from this one. But yeah, and we just heard a large explosion actually on our... Oh, yep. Switch to it there. Switch to it just in time to be able to catch that second blast. Again, 2 blasts happened back to back here. Slim Style says, I'm just getting home from work. Please recap on the downed plane. Again, guys, for those that have already heard me say it a couple times, don't worry. I'm going to be getting to the rest of the news here, but we will be recapping this probably, quite often over the course of tonight's report, as this is kind of the primary focus at the moment. But again, this is coming from U.S. Central Command. For those just tuning in, again, they said, we are aware of the loss of a KC-135R American aerial refueling aircraft The incident occurred in friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury, and rescue efforts are still ongoing at this time. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. 1 aircraft crashed in western Iraq. The second aircraft landed safely. The incident was not caused by hostile fire or friendly fire. We ask for continued patience as we gather additional details and provide clarity to the families of the service members. Again, there was also reports coming from CBS News, again saying CBS claims his second KC-135 was reportedly hit, quote, but managed to land safely in Israel. And then we had an update from Defense Geek saying that aircraft, the second aircraft that landed safely, reportedly had issues with right side flaps and possibly another control surface. What this tells me here, again, just with a little deduction here, is that most likely what happened here is we had a mid-air collision of some sort, again, resulting of damage to, again, those right side flaps and possibly some other control surfaces on the right side of that plane. Again, that prompted that aircraft. We were looking at possibly the one that was squawking 7700, 7700 on flight radar. Again, emergency landing. It landed safely. However, the other aircraft that was involved in this incident, again, this is speculation here, that they collided midair. Again, we don't know for sure yet, but that's what it's looking like here. They collided midair. That other aircraft unfortunately crashed in western Iraq, probably somewhere in this area here. Again, we're waiting to get more information on that at this time, and I hope to have more reports on that for you guys here shortly. Again, though, we just saw those strikes occur in Beirut. We're going to be keeping an eye on our Beirut feeds here. Duma says no strike counter. Yeah, we can get that strike counter going. Hold on, let me update it. We're at 2 strikes so far this evening out of Beirut. Give me one moment here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just checking a few things that are coming in. One moment here, guys. One moment. All right, so I had some other information that came out reporting on the KC-135R. However, that post has been redacted now, so I think that, again, they were waiting to get more confirmation on that. Okay, so going back to, we're going to keep an eye on Beirut. We're going to keep an eye on the flight radar here above the Middle East. We're going to be keeping an eye out for any other aircraft coming in out of Iraq. Hopefully we'll get more updates on what's going on here with that plane soon. Will Russell, with an expert piece of advice here, says KC-135R crashed in Mississippi in 2017, so beware of fake news from that crash. Exactly, guys. Stay vigilant. Stay very vigilant. No doubt the Iranians will try to take advantage of this situation and say that they shot down this aircraft. Again, possibly even using recycled footage or AI-generated footage. So we got to keep an eye out for that over the next 12 hours or so here. I almost guarantee you're going to see something like that. Probably in tomorrow's report we'll look for it, and we'll see if we can track down some of that. Again, large smoke cloud coming here across Beirut's skyline after those 2 blasts occurred. So I was speaking about Beirut and Lebanon here and the situation that's going on between Israel and Hezbollah. I'll just kind of reiterate. I'll kind of reread the report because I didn't finish it. So I'll start at the top on that one again. But Hezbollah entered the picture again in force last night with around 200 rockets fired from Lebanon into Israel overnight. Again, which is its largest barrage since this conflict expanded. All right. And it's one of the reasons we're seeing these renewed strikes here by the IDF across Lebanon tonight, like the ones you just witnessed moments ago. Again, Iran's IRGC claimed it as a joint operation with Hezbollah. Again, reportedly striking over 50 targets across Israeli territory. We don't have concrete information at this time on how many of those targets actually were bombarded, like how many missiles got through or were intercepted. I'm still waiting to get more concrete proof of that, more concrete numbers and statistics on that. It does look initially like possibly a few did make it through, but again, we don't know for sure. Again, it's kind of the fog of war is really heavy at the moment, especially in Israel and Lebanon here. Orlando, thank you so much for subscribing. Highly appreciate it. Israel responded with a large-scale airstrike on large-scale airstrikes, plural, sorry, on Beirut, Beirut's southern suburbs. Those blasts we just saw on screen moments ago are an example of those strikes that are still ongoing at this time. 11 people were killed in Lebanon. Separate Israeli airstrike on a seaside area of Beirut killed 8 more, including displaced civilians that are staged in that area over there. The Israeli military said it was, quote, not aware of that strike, though. So again, we have some conflictions coming from a couple sources here on that. So keep that in mind. Take that with a grain of salt. The Lebanese parliament has extended its own term by 2 years. Sign of the political paralysis gripping the country currently as they're dealing with this, man in the middle, which is Hezbollah here. So again, we're going to keep our eyes on that story as it develops as well. Gontura asks, did they hit power stations? It seems very dark there. Well, keep in mind, we do have a very large column of black smoke right here right now that is blocking out a lot of the lights that are there. In fact, if I switch over to our secondary Beirut feed, you can kind of see that more here. This whole dark section here is just smoke. This is all smoke and dust rising up from those 2 strikes that just occurred here in Beirut just moments ago on our live feed. For the economic picture tonight, it's deteriorating. Okay, that's to put it lightly. All right. Oil is back at $100 a barrel, up nearly 40% since the 28th of February. Again, we did see it peak at around $118 to $120. That was already recorded. Again, I reported on that earlier last week when that occurred. Or was that? Or it might have been earlier this week. Time is flying by during this situation. Again, there's so much news coming out so rapidly that it's, again, hard to keep track of dates here sometimes. But again, that was earlier, I believe this week, that we did hit that 120 a barrel. If you're looking at oil futures, I can tell you right now, Brent oil is looking at about 101.75 right now. So it has creeped up quite significantly over the past 12 to 24 hours here. Again, back up at 100. If you look at live oil prices just through Google here, they're catching in at about $95.08 a barrel. So oil has risen quite significantly, again, over the past 12 to 24 hours here. The International Energy Agency has called this the largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. In response, IEA member nations agreed to release 400 million barrels from emergency reserves. Again, this is the largest such intervention ever recorded in, again, global oil market history. The U.S. is contributing 172 million barrels from its strategic petroleum reserve, but analysts warned that stockpile releases can only partially offset a prolonged shutdown of the Strait of Hormuz. And again, to reiterate what I said earlier, tonight's report was originally mainly supposed to be focused on what's been going on there in the Strait of Hormuz. And of course, I will have more on that later tonight. But again, we're tracking both the situation with that KC-135R refueling aircraft that has crashed in Iraq, and of course, the strikes that we just witnessed on our feed here in Beirut. We have a couple other new posts coming in. I'll get to those in just a second, so stand by on that. I kind of want to keep reading through kind of our breaking headlines tonight, our primary headlines tonight, and then we'll go through the OSINT feed. We'll get you guys caught up on everything that's been going on over the last 12 to 24 hours, showing you the data, showing you the reports. Give me one moment here. Checking a few things. Okay, so again, reiterating on the economic situation there, and I talked about this earlier, but three tanker, 3 crude oil tanker ships were hit over the past 12 hours. Struck in and around the Strait of Hormuz. Again, that U.S.-owned crude oil tanker was hit off Iraq's coast. Again, a container ship also caught fire off the coast of Dubai. Again, and meanwhile, Iranian drones also struck targets in Dubai, Kuwait, Oman, and Saudi Arabia. Again, so they're still hitting those Gulf nations pretty hard over the past 12, 24 hours here. But again, the main focus being on those tanker ships in the Strait of Hormuz and cargo ships that are being hit. Again, I hope to have some more on that when we go through our X feed here, just in a few minutes here. Give me 1 second here. Iran is still quietly exporting about 1.25 million barrels per day of oil to China, even after it has begun choking off the Strait of Hormuz there. So again, that is also interesting. No doubt China is, not very happy about what's going on in the Strait. They get a lot of their oil from the Strait, but Iran is starting, they're trying to, again, please China by sending, that 1.25 million barrels into China per day. So they're still able to get that. They're still able to get that, some of that oil at least, into China, even during this conflict. We had a couple reports on that over the course of the past 24 hours. So that's definitely an interesting development. On the intelligence front, we've had a kind of a noteworthy revelation here. A Western intelligence official confirmed to multiple news agencies over the past 12 to 24 hours here that Russia is now providing Iran with specific tactical drone guidance. I know we've been speculating on that over the past week or two. Again, it does seem that they are advising Tehran on how to more effectively strike U.S. and Gulf state targets. Again, as I mentioned before, it was kind of a given that this was happening. Again, I speculated on, that this was most definitely occurring. We have kind of more information now on that, again, coming from Western intelligence officials. It says here, this is an escalation from the General Targeting Assistance previously reported. Meanwhile, a Kremlin spokesperson actually confirmed Russia and the U.S. are in early discussions about cooperating to stabilize global energy markets. So even Russia, they want to get this problem figured out pretty quickly here. Both China and Russia are not very happy about what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz at the moment, as they should be. However, I will say that Russia is, kind of benefiting economically in a way. Again, they're able to sell their oil to a lot of countries, to those countries that they've been able to evade sanctions and still sell oil to, I should say. They've been able to sell that oil at a little bit of a higher price. So they are making a couple pennies back on this situation. But either way, they are both a little displeased about what's going on here in the Middle East. Again, Russia has a big ally in Iran. Iran is a huge, supporter militarily of Russia by sending those Shahed 136 drones over to Russia. We've seen that the use of those a lot in Ukraine. Again, China really not very happy either. Again, because the Strait is they're one of their primary sources of oil. So, again, we had that Kremlin spokesperson confirm Russia and the U.S. are in early discussions about cooperating to stabilize global energy markets. Again, that's kind of a strange parallel track given Moscow's support of Tehran that we've seen. So, again, that's something to keep an eye on here in the coming days, how that develops. But in the humanitarian side of things, the scale of suffering inside Iran has become clear over the past 24 hours here. The UN Refugee Agency confirmed today that up to 3.2 million people have been displaced inside Iran since February 28th. So, again, for those who don't know, that's the day that this all kicked off, the 28th of February. Again, most of them were fleeing Tehran and major cities toward the north and rural areas. So, if you look on the map here, again, most of them getting out of Tehran and, moving north here up into these different provinces, heading for the hills, so to speak. UNESCO, again, is now urgently calling for the protection of Iran's World Heritage sites, several of which have been damaged in strikes that have occurred there. Including sites in Isfahan that were struck on March 9th. Finally, a notable internal crack inside Iran, again, that's worth noting here. Iranian president suggested Wednesday that Iran would consider ending the war if certain conditions were met. A statement that, again, kind of like directly contradicts the hardline position taken today by Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei that I read for you earlier in tonight's broadcast. He made a bunch of demands in that statement, of course. Very few of them, of course, will be met. But U.S. intelligence, for its part, assesses that the Iranian regime shows no signs of imminent collapse. But the internal contradictions are becoming visible here. So, there is dissent happening within Iranian leadership, within the Iranian people. Again, there is stray from the norm. There is stray from the status quo, so to speak, when it comes to the Iranian people. There are some that are, pushing back in certain areas. But as for a full, military coup or a full overthrow of the government at this moment, again, there's no clear signs of that yet occurring, but it is possibly developing. So again, that's kind of been your Nemico OSINT brief bottom line up front, so to speak. Again, for the day 13 here, we're now gonna jump into our X feed and get you guys kind of updated on more of the nitty gritty of what's been going on here over the past 12 to 24 hours. But again, for those just tuning in, the bottom line up front here is KC-135R stratotanker has crashed in western Iraq. Another one damaged. Landed safely. Rescue efforts for that other one that crashed in western Iraq are ongoing at this very moment that I'm bringing you this broadcast. Strikes are still ongoing in Beirut. We saw those blasts happen here on the camera moments ago. The strait remains closed in some capacity, of course. The new Supreme Leader has spoken, although not personally. Again, no footage of him, no voice of him heard. Again, it was a written statement read off by a news anchor. And, of course, the economic and military pressure is showing no signs of letting up here on either side of this conflict. And so that's, again, kind of your bottom line up front there. We're now going to hop over to our open source intelligence feed here on X. So give me just a few moments here, and we'll go ahead and do that. I'm just going to read off some stuff from the chat here, see what the sentiment is here in our live chat. Good to see you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by tonight. Michael, good to see you, says, Nemico, thoughts on Gulf states stepping up more to secure Hormuz since it's their lifeline. So I've talked about this a couple times on the show, about the possibility of some of these Gulf nations that have been hit, who have said they have the right to retaliate, of them maybe going into more of an offensive role. I kind of want to backpedal a little bit on those statements here. After doing some more research and analysis on this subject over the past couple weeks, it still remains possible, however unlikely as in any major capacity. Oh, another blast there in the background in Beirut. Waiting for the report to be heard here. That did seem pretty far away. I don't hear a blast. Oh, there we go. You can barely hear it. That was pretty far away. Looking on the map here, beyond Beirut, yeah, that was probably up here in northern Beirut, somewhere near the coastline, no doubt, because our camera is down here. So that was probably up here somewhere. Probably coming in this direction. Again, there's been a lot of strikes there, but our camera is here, and we're seeing kind of this area of the city. So that was probably up in this this kind of quadrant up here of Beirut. What was I saying, though? Let me see here. Where was I? Nemico, thoughts on the Gulf states stepping up? Okay, yeah, so after doing some more analysis and research on that, I've come to a realization that, a lot of those Gulf states there, they, on one hand, politically, they don't really want to get more involved, but militarily, most of them lack the resources to go into more of an offensive role, right? But what they could do is step up things like patrols in and around the Strait of Hormuz, possibly launch smaller strikes on coastal areas around the strait, possibly even lay mines of their own along the coastlines around Iran so that they can't launch other vessels, like mine-laying vessels and other naval vessels, if they have any left, that is, of course. But it's possible for them to go into more of a defensive, to step up their defensive role here, and maybe even like some light offensive actions. But as for any major strikes, they kind of lack that deep strike capability that the U.S. and Israel have. Again, to reach targets within Iran. So again, it's going to be more limited. Any offensive, action by those Gulf nations is going to be a little bit more limited by those Gulf nations. Give me 1 second here. Um, Marco, good to see you. Says Russia is happy to gain new markets as EU deal is getting to an end. Yeah. So, and as I mentioned earlier, Russia is making a few more bucks off of this situation than people might realize. Again, as those oil prices go up, they can sell their oil at a higher price. They don't get too much of their oil from the Strait. Again, they're a pretty large exporter of oil. And again, they have a lot of sanctions on them, but they have been able to evade those sanctions, and sell their oil at kind of a higher price per barrel here now that the price has gone up. So no doubt they are making a little bit more on their oil out of this conflict. Give me 1 second here. Really Chatical, good to see you, says neither of those countries are, quote, displeased with the U.S. and Israeli actions. Russia is making $150 million a day in extra profit from this war. Yes, Russia is, and I just mentioned that. But on the other hand, you got to think about this. Russia is also, if Iran collapses, Russia loses a major ally here. Iran has been, again, allied very closely with Russia over the past years. Again, one thing a lot of people seem to not realize is how many of those Shahed drones that Russia has utilized in Ukraine and has received from Iran. China, on the other hand, is a lot more displeased with this situation because, again, they get a large amount of oil from the Strait. And again, in some analysis that I read over the past few weeks here, as like those numbers started to roll out, those economic numbers started to roll out as the Strait began to close. India and China both are suffering greatly because of this the collapse of the flow of oil through the Strait of Hormuz. China relies on that very heavily, and India relies on that very heavily. And if it continues, they will begin to suffer greatly for sure. Let me see here. Will Russell says BBC says all 6 ejected safely. I'll check the feed real quick, see if we got anything new coming in on that. I don't think we did yet. And don't worry, I'm not skipping these posts. We will go through these. We will go through these and report on this stuff here shortly. Now, I don't have anything new yet, but there might be some. Again, there might have been some other reporting. Give me 1 second here. Yeah, the latest that I have is that those rescue efforts are still underway at this moment. Status of that crew is still unknown. I'm looking for anything about them ejecting. I mean, again, I don't believe there is an actual ejection system in the KC-135R. It is possible that they simply jumped ship if they had parachutes, possibly. I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% versed on the bailout procedures of a KC-135R. I'm looking at CENTCOM here, seeing if they got any new press releases coming out. And so far, nothing. So far, nothing from CENTCOM. So again, I would hold off on that. I would hold off on, again, trusting any reports that are coming in right away. Wait for more information to come along, because yeah, I'm still not seeing anything new here at this moment. Second here. Marco says war's not ending without at least trilateral negotiations. Yep, I agree with that assessment. Which it remains to be seen how long until those talks, or the talk of those talks, starts happening. Again, we're nowhere near that at the moment. I think as the economic pressure on all sides starts to increase, they will move closer and closer to again scheduling talks to occur, coming to some kind of ceasefire agreement. What was that there? Hold on, I missed one. Dale, thank you so much for the super chat. Good to see you tuning in tonight, Dale. Good to see you. Says I was a KC-135 boom operator in the 1980s. That's awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Thank you for your service there, Airman. We normally had to maintain 1 mile formation from another tanker unless we were refueling each other. Close formation flying is against regulations, and that's kind of what I said earlier. I feel like they would be giving themselves like quite a wide berth, unless they had to do some kind of maneuver or something. But again, I'm not 100% sure. Can KC-135s refuel each other? As what Dale is saying here, they can. Specific variants of the KC-135 Strato Tanker can refuel other KC-135s in flight. So yes, they can. They can do that. Dale, thank you for the insight there. I really appreciate it. Highly, highly appreciate it. And again, thank you so much for your support. There was a comment here that I'm looking for that I accidentally lost in the chat. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second here. No, it wasn't that one. Will Russell says that looked a long way off. Yeah, that explosion definitely was a longer way off. Skies actually clipped it. I'll take a look at it here in just a moment. Skies, thank you so much for the clip. I really appreciate it. Wes, I have that post. Thank you for dropping that in the Thank you for dropping that in the live chat. I will be getting to that post here shortly. I don't want to spoil it yet. We'll get to that in just a second, but I appreciate you. I appreciate you. Some guy, thank you so much for tuning in. Says asymmetric conflict is not a new concept. I'll just say that. Indeed. Indeed. Very wise. Very wise. THN4AU, good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by tonight. Appreciate you. I appreciate you. Give me 1 second here, guys. There was a comment I saw, and I lost it. Keith, good to see you. Says, sorry, Nemico, I missed the start of the stream. Can you tell us briefly what happened with this crash? Again, it's still speculation at this moment, Keith. But we have reports from CENTCOM that a KC-135 refueling aircraft has crashed in western Iraq. Another aircraft, another KC-135 that was involved in this incident was damaged. Its right rudders and control surfaces on the right side of the aircraft were damaged. It landed safely, however, at an airport. The one that crashed had 6 U.S. service members on board. We're still rescue efforts are ongoing at this moment. We're still waiting for more information to come in. However, my speculation is at this moment that, again, this was a mid-air collision incident. Again, just kind of going off of the limited information that we have here. But we're waiting for more details, so don't take that as complete fact yet until we have more information. Stay, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, says, hello for Greece, just subscribed. Thank you so much, I really appreciate that. Says, I don't know if you already mentioned it, but there's a ton of jubilation on X from Iranian accounts on the Israeli roadblock attacks. I've gotten some messages about that. I've seen that. Again, don't have too much to comment on it at this time. I'm still kind of looking into that angle. Give me 1 second here. So much here. Give me 1 second. Dale, thank you so much for the second super chat there. Again, highly appreciate it. He says tanker parachutes removed years ago. So that tracks. That tracks. I mean, I imagine they're not going to be carrying parachutes for every member of the aircraft. However, again, I don't know. Again, I don't know, but I mean that tracks. Again, appreciate it, Dale. Appreciate the insight here. Highly appreciated. So yeah, Dale's saying, that he's again Dale was a boom operator, which I believe what he's talking about there is the fuel boom. So basically the tube that comes out that the aircraft comes up to refuel in a KC-135. If I'm not mistaken, that's referred to as the boom. Dale, correct me if I'm wrong on that. He's saying he was a boom operator, again, on a KC-135 in the 80s. We normally had to maintain a 1-mile formation from other tanker aircraft unless we were refueling each other. Close formation flying is against regulations. And from everything I've seen, and just from common sense deduction here, they would definitely be giving each other a very wide berth. But again, unless they were refueling each other, which again it is confirmed. I do have again information that I was just looking at moments ago from a couple sources here that some variants of that KC-135R can refuel other KC-135R variants. So again, something to keep in mind here. That does kind of push towards this idea that possibly this was a mid-air collision. Yeah, there's no ejection system in a KC-135R. Give me 1 second here, guys. I'm trying to get caught up here. I mean, I'm missing a lot of there's a lot of comments here that I want to read, and they got too far back in my chat, so I'm trying to find them. Becca Fly says, can't they wear pilot chutes? I mean, yes, they could in theory, but I don't believe they do. I don't think that's standard operating procedure. However, I could be wrong. I could be wrong on that one. Again, I'm not an expert of KC-135R airborne refueling crew operations, and like their SOP, their standard operating procedures. I could definitely look into that more and get some more information on that, but I don't want to just, again, start saying things without, knowing a little bit more about what's going on here. Again, definitely not an expert on the crew operations of these aircraft. I know a fair share, but not that much to know, if they're each carrying parachutes. Yeah, as Kingsley says, the boom operator flies the boom into contact, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was a mishap or massive turbulence, maybe. Yeah, that definitely could have been a possibility. Dinosaur asks a great question. Says, have we brought up the cyber attack on Stryker? No, not yet. And I will most likely be covering that either in tonight's report. I'm also, again, working on another Iran video having to do with the cyber operations that have been ongoing. I might reserve that for that to go into detail on that. I'm going to try to get something out this weekend. That video might be the one that I launch this weekend. We might touch on that later tonight in the report. But yes, there's been multiple cyber attacks that have occurred. Here, again, on both sides, I should say. Give me 1 second here. Again, getting caught up. Skies, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you running the clips for us there on Twitch. Tendo 8-bit, good to see you. Says, what up, Nemico? Wild times yet again, I see. Indeed, indeed. And thank you for tuning back in. I appreciate you. 1 second here. No Name says, did they go down over water or land? I believe it was over land. However, again, we're still waiting for more information here. They did say Western Iraq, so that would have been here. They could have gone down maybe in one of these lakes here. But again, it's unknown at this time. We're still waiting for more information. But from initial reports that I saw, they were kind of highlighting this area of Western Iraq here. Dan, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate you. Urkel says, how late am I? You're not too late. You missed some of the initial reports here, but I haven't gone through the X feed yet. Kipcast, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Yep, still breaking news. Still breaking news here, guys. So again, keep that in mind. You're going to see, a lot of conflicting reports, conflicting information coming out. We'll just hold tight, be patient. Slow it down. We'll get more concrete information on it. One second here. I'm just checking to see if there's any other reports. So this is an interesting post coming from Scent Defender here. This was 40 seconds ago this came through. According to CBS News, another medevac flight in Saudi Arabia took place today. The flight evacuated 19 service members from Saudi Arabia to a U.S. base in Germany. 19 service members. Again, let me see here. So this post here is saying 5 crew on board this KC-135 when it went down. This is coming from a U.S. official. We heard conflicting reports that it was 6. So again, I just mentioned a minute ago, conflicting information. Keep that in mind. But again, we're waiting to see more. We're waiting to see more here. Yeah, again, multiple of those posts coming out. Again, give me a few minutes here. We're gonna go through our X feed in just a few seconds here. I wanna finish off a few things that I'm doing here, and read a couple more comments from the live chat here before we start going into that. But that's like our next big thing tonight, is going through our open source intelligence feed for the last 12 hours and getting everybody caught up on kind of the more nitty gritty stuff. I know I already covered a lot of the hot topics for today, for the past 12 to 24 hours. Some guy says AP reports rescue is underway. Yes, rescue is underway. Again, they're getting their information from CENTCOM, and CENTCOM, basically everybody's getting their information from CENTCOM right now. And again, CENTCOM stated that the rescue efforts are ongoing at this very moment in time. Yes, Western Iraq is where that aircraft went down. Keith asks, thanks, Nemico. Do we know roughly where where in Iraq it's gone down? Is there a chance the Iranians or militias in Iraq will rush to it? I don't believe so. Again, it's in Western Iraq here, and there's so many other aircraft and assets in this area. Again, and I'm just speculating here. I believe they'll be okay. I'm hoping that they made it to the ground in one piece. Again, it's possible that they went down in one of the bodies of water here. Or that they possibly went down somewhere flat in this area in Western Iraq here. Again, we still don't know enough. Michelle M. And again, I just mentioned this earlier in the broadcast, guys. We're already seeing. I told you, like, tomorrow we would look for some of the misinformation coming out of Iran. But Iran is apparently, this is coming from Michelle in the live chat. She says, there's a new report saying that Iran took down the refueling plane and there are no survivors. If somebody can actually find me that post so I could bring it up on screen, drop it in the Situation Room, or actually, no, drop it in the misinfo/propaganda channel. Because, again, that's the place for it. That is the place for it. That's why we have that channel now. Dennis says, okay, one landed damaged, but okay at airport, but other soft crash landed in Western Iraq. Yeah, well, we don't know that for sure at this time. Again, that's the hope that they did kind of have a soft landing here and landed in one piece. That's what we're hoping for. Larry, thank you so much for tuning in and for the super chat there. Again, highly appreciate the support, guys. I really appreciate it, Larry. Thank you so much. Says big respect, Nemico. Thank you from Canada. Thank you so much, Larry. Hope you're hanging in there up in Canada. Good to see you tuning in tonight. Good to see you tuning in. Thank you so much. Yeah, I called it that we would be seeing propaganda about this. I'm just surprised that it came so quickly. They jumped right on that one, of course. Wes Lester says an Iraqi intelligence source tells CBS News that the first plane went down near Turiibil along the Iraqi-Jordanian border. Yeah, so right around where I was kind of highlighting here on the map. That's the reports I'd seen earlier too as well. While data from Flight Radar 24 shows a Boeing KC-135R Stratotanker declared an emergency before landing in Tel Aviv. We watched that one earlier. We went through the playback. We went through the playback on Flight Radar 24, and we identified what we think is that aircraft. In fact, here's an image from ADS-B Exchange of the one that was squawking 7700. Becca says that is a really bright building in the forefront. Yeah, that is our hospital in Beirut there. That's the hospital. Some guy says rescue implies that at least one on board survived. Well, I mean, again, it doesn't guarantee it, but that is our hope. That is our hope that, again, those guys made it out of there in one piece, that they landed and that they're all good. Again, I mean, you can imagine when a refueling aircraft goes down, especially if it's loaded with fuel, it's not going to be, that is not a good scenario. So hopefully, again, they were able to, make a soft landing at least. It's, at least in some capacity here. Barry Neal, thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate it. Yeah, again, we don't have any concrete information on any Iranian connection here, on any Iranian involvement with this KC-135 going down. In fact, we have the direct opposite. Again, with CENTCOM clearly saying the incident was not caused by hostile fire or friendly fire. And from the other details that we've seen here, them saying that, in fact, if I scroll down here, or like this post here again says the second one landed safely, reportedly had issues with right side flaps and possibly another control surface. That tells me that most likely, again, it was kind of like a a midair collision, like a brush up along that right side, damaging those flaps, and again, possibly another control surface. Again, that also kind of, is a clue. What they call in the intelligence community a clue. And that possibly this was a midair collision here. Again, of course, Iran is going to be trying to spread. In fact, speaking of which, Kip just posted this in the Misinfo propaganda channel. Good on you, Kip. Quick on the draw there. So it says here, a KC-135 is not a combat plane, blah, 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 yeah, okay. If this was shot down, Iran or its proxies just demonstrated the ability. So this is a speculative post. Again, some people are saying that there's a post that Iran is declaring. This is more speculative here, Kip. Again, we know that this isn't true, though. I mean, we know that this, from what CENTCOM is saying, again, it was not caused by hostile fire or friendly fire. But what I want to see is the I want to see the post of Iran or some kind of Iranian affiliated source declaring that they shot it down. I thought that would be interesting to look at. Alleged footage. This is by Wes. Wes posted this in the Misinfo propaganda channel just moments ago. He says, I don't know if this is real. Well, that's why we have the Misinfo and propaganda channel for this exact thing. I mean, if you don't know something's real, though, a good place to put it is in the fact check channel, because in the fact check channel we can double check stuff. Alleged footage of two U.S. CH-47 Chinook helicopters conducting a combat search and rescue sees our mission in an attempt to secure the crash site of the KC-135 aerial tanker in western Iraq tonight. Not fully verified. Again, yeah, take everything you're seeing on your screen at the moment, guys, with a grain of salt. But you can see those Chinooks there. Apparently conducting search and rescue. Yeah, again, we don't know enough. We don't know enough yet. Again, we did post this in the misinformation propaganda channel. This requires fact checking at the moment. This should go, West. Something like this should go in the fact check channel. And if you guys post something, but if you want me to see something, and but it makes sense to put it in another channel like that, feel free to @mention me, @mention Nemico on the Discord server, so that I'll see that. Don't worry about it getting lost. Don't worry about me not seeing it. As long as you mention me, I'll see it. In one moment here. 1 second here. Rob V says, "Evening, Nemico. Have I missed anything?" You've missed a couple things. We haven't started going through our X feed yet, though, so you're still in line to be getting that news here shortly. Stand by. For the bottom line up front, for anybody just joining us, again, U.S. aircraft has crashed in Western Iraq. Rescue efforts are ongoing. We're still trying to piece together what happened here and get more information. Mujtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader, gave some statements today. No video of him giving those statements and no audio of him saying anything. It was a written statement given to a news anchor. Major strikes from Hezbollah into Israel last night. They launched almost, I think it was at or around 200 missiles that they launched at Israel last night. Israel responded. Just tonight on the air, we saw two pretty good-sized blasts destroy buildings here in the Beirut skyline. That's why we're now watching that on screen in front of you. Strait of Hormuz is in pretty rough shape at the moment. Oil prices are increasing. Again, we'll go into more of the nitty-gritty. We'll go into more detail here in just a few moments. We're going to start going through our open source intelligence feed on X and get everybody kind of updated on what's going on. So just stand by for that. Again, I'm kind of looking through a few things here and reading comments while I do that. 1 second here. Dale, again, thank you so much for the support, man. Highly appreciate it. Says, KC-135 did have 7 parachutes and seat kits for rafts. Yeah, I'd imagine they'd have kits and rafts, of course, and survival gear. He says, when we used to pull nuclear alert, President Bush Sr. got rid of tanker alert, never had parachutes in the cockpit, stored in the aft. Stored in the aft of the aircraft. Dale, thank you so much for that. Not only the support there, but also the information. Highly appreciated. Highly appreciated. So, again, what Dale's saying here is that, you know, they have been known to have parachutes and, of course, seat kits and rafts and survival gear and stuff like that. But President Bush Sr. got rid of the... he said they used to have those when they would pull nuclear alert, which I can imagine is some kind of drill that he's referencing there. I believe I'm familiar with what he's talking about. But he's saying, essentially, that President Bush Sr. got rid of tank alert, and we never had parachutes in the cockpit. They were always stored in the aft of the aircraft, so the rear of the aircraft. So it is possible that they did have parachutes. Online link, good to see you. Again, big shout out to all the mods tuning in tonight, both on Twitch, YouTube, and over in the Discord. Shout out to you guys. Love you guys. Thank you so much for helping us out and helping us get this done here. Online link says, is the power out or is lights out blackout? No, so what you're seeing here, online link, I'm not sure if somebody's already replied to you in the live chat yet, but we saw 2 blasts happen here in Beirut, and there's a large quantity of smoke covering the skyline here. You can kind of see some of the lights starting to poke through now, but the reason it looks so dark here is there's a lot of smoke and dust rising above this area here. It's blocking out some of the light. Earlier in the broadcast, it was a little bit brighter back there. However, I do notice, actually, I should mention this. It does look like there are less lights on in this area of Beirut, though, than there have been over recent nights. Kingsley says, realistically, a tanker does not soft land in the desert. Well, you know what I mean, though. Like, I'm hoping that they did manage to land safely, you know what I mean, or land in a less destructive manner than completely obliterating the entire aircraft, which is always possible. That is a possibility, or that they got out over one of these bodies of water here and maybe made a landing there. Again, we don't know enough at this time, so I can tell you one thing, though. A full airborne refueler aircraft, with full-on fuel in a violent crash is, again, not going to be a good situation for sure. Annie Haynes says, Nemico just posted a video from an Iranian news channel on #videos on Discord. They were reciting poems to an empty chair. I saw that. Yeah, I did see that. I might show that later in the broadcast here. Again, appreciate the contribution. Appreciate that. I've seen a bunch of stuff like that over the past 12 to 24 hours. A lot of people have been sending me that stuff. A lot of the cardboard stuff as well, people have been sending over to me. Yeah, as Keith says, I know from what Dale and others are saying, it's not looking good for the poor guys. Yeah, again, we're hoping for the best here. Grip says fuel jettisoned, I'm sure. Yeah, if they had time to jettison all of the fuel. Again, Dale might be able to give some more insight on this, but I'm not sure how quickly they can jettison. I mean, I guess it depends on how much fuel they're carrying, if they're at full capacity or not. You know what I mean? If they're a little bit, if you know, if they're at less capacity in those tanks, right? They could probably dump that fuel pretty quick. But again, I'm not sure how quickly they could dump an entire fully fueled airborne refueler. But if they were able to dump the fuel, again, less of a chance of that plane completely exploding in a harder landing. But again, we just don't have enough information at this point to really, deduce what has happened here on the ground. Again, we're hoping for the best. We are hoping for the best here. Gary says alerts. Right as I clicked it.
Alarm. Misgav Am. Margaliot.
So
Kiryat Shemona. Hostile air.
So these are alerts that came in 2 minutes ago. They're just playing now that I unmuted it. Yeah, last one was 2 hours ago with a confrontation line, but 2 minutes ago we had alerts sounding all over Haifa. No doubt this is probably coming in from Lebanon. But again, it's hard to know for sure at this moment. We'll probably see some reports coming in here pretty quick on that. Yeah, like as Dennis says, our hope is, he says land on belly versus lawn dart. Yeah, that's the hope here, is that, they were able to make a belly down landing here on either some flat ground in the desert or on a body of water. You know what I mean? And that it wasn't again a violent, destructive crash that resulted in the death of these U.S. service members. We're hoping for the best. Yeah, as some guy says, again, rescue implies that at least one person survived or had good odds for survival, but that could be intentional phrasing. I don't know. I mean, yeah, CENTCOM, of course, is going to say that. But, I imagine, though, okay, think about it this way. If an aircraft went down, either way, you're going to send a rescue. You're gonna send aircraft or assets there to see what happened. That's a given, no matter what. Yeah, and as Michael says, southwest Iraq, so much smoother to land than west Iraq. Hopefully they made it to that area. I mean, so I was looking on the map here earlier, and you could tell, it's not too mountainous. Actually, if we go to flight radar, we could probably get a better idea, because their maps have like mountains and hills and stuff like that, kind of better. Yeah, so if you look here, right? Look at Iran. So you could see the mountains on the map, and I could pull up a terrain map here if we really wanted to look at this, but it is a lot flatter here in southwest Iraq. There's quite a few flat areas throughout here that, again, if they needed to make a landing somewhere in the desert, they possibly could. And again, I'm speculating here, but there are a few bodies of water that they could also try to land on as well. 1 second here. So yeah, for those just tuning in, we're kind of diving into some analysis on this situation with this downed KC-135R. I'm about to start going through our reports coming in on X. We have quite a few. 18 minutes ago, it appears that another KC-135R/T, registration 62-3356, was the other incident aircraft. Yeah, so this is the one that we were looking at earlier, I believe. Again, this is the one, was the other incident aircraft. 495th Air Refueling Wing, jet-based at Andrews Air Force Base. Okay. I've been there. I've flown out of Andrews. One hell of an Air Force Base. It's where they keep Air Force One, for those of you that don't know. But interesting here. Yeah, so I'm not sure if this is the one we were looking at in playback mode on Flight Radar earlier. Some guy says mechanical failure is also likely. Well, yeah, with the crashed one, yeah, but see, they said here 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. So, again, that's kind of hinting at that this was the same incident. And they said 1 aircraft crashed in western Iraq, and the second one landed safely. And then updates came out that said that, again, there were damage to the right rudders and control surfaces. So, again, that kind of, and again, just to reiterate, we're speculating here, kind of pushes more towards the idea that there was some kind of collision or something that occurred in the air, especially if they are saying that the incident was not caused by hostile fire or friendly fire. Something has to damage control surfaces and rudders, you know what I mean? That's not just going to be a simple mechanical issue. Again, that's going to be caused by something external. Let me see here. Yeah, plausible but not verified. Yeah, keep that in mind, guys. As some guy says, plausible but not verified. We have to wait. Yeah, Michelle M says nothing's verified yet. Far too soon. And there's the issue of censorship too, exactly, and propaganda. Keep that in mind. Iran. I mean, from what some of you have said in the live chat and what I've seen some hints of here is that Iran's already trying to spread a narrative here and spread misinformation. I mean, again, anything is possible, especially in the early minutes of a breaking story like this coming out. We don't have enough information to make any assumptions, really, or come to any solid conclusions, I should say. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. Again, I did a whole video on this last night. Towards the end of that video where I kind of go into the deeper analysis there, I spoke about this exact thing that we are witnessing here, right? Conclusions being made much too soon before we have evidence and data of what's going on. Yeah, we had those alerts come in just a few moments ago in Haifa. I'm waiting to see here. I'm looking to see if there was any other information coming out on that. Harlan Martin, good to see you. Says one refueling the other. Yeah, that's kind of like that's kind of what we're leaning towards at the moment. Is that what occurred? That is what occurred here? Kingsley says in 2013, KC-135 crash. The tail sheared off due to the structural stress during the dive. It then exploded mid-flight. Yeah, about 200,000 pounds of fuel. I've talked about that over the past few reports here. It can dump 200,000 pounds of fuel in about 30 minutes. So if it was full, it would go boom, as Kingsley put it here in the live chat. Some guy says recovery/retrieval. Yes, yeah. I mean, again, we just don't know yet, as some guy says there in the live chat. Again, appreciate you. Miss Tiger Eye, good to see you tuning in. Says, good evening at work, watching on the side. Well, hey, good to see you tuning in at work. Try to get your work done. Again, some pretty big breaking news tonight. And we haven't even gotten into our 12 hours of reporting on everything that's been going on. I mean, I gave you guys one thing I'm doing, that I'm going to start doing again. I used to do this back in the day during Ukraine, but I decided to start doing it again. Is at the beginning of the streams, kind of going through, like I type up a script at the beginning of the night. A lot of this is unscripted usually that I do, just so you know. But what I used to do is I would kind of type up a script with just like the bullet points of like the main stories and kind of read those off at the beginning of the night before we start going into like the OSINT data and the individual reports and kind of going in more depth. And I've decided to kind of start doing that again, so I've been playing around with that, kind of reading off, like the main highlights and stuff to get everybody kind of, you know, on board as they enter the stream. We kind of got a little bit sidetracked tonight, though, with this major breaking news of this KC-135 U.S. Air Force refueling aircraft going down in western Iraq. Again, guys, just bear with me here. We're about to start going through our open source intelligence posts over on X, and once we get started on those, we're probably just gonna, you know, keep rolling with them. So before I do that, again, I'm just kind of doing a little bit more research here on a couple things, taking a look at some of the stuff people have posted. Oh, here, Wes, thank you so much, man, for posting this. So again, guys, this is coming from to us from Wes over on our Discord server. He posted this in the Misinformation and Propaganda channel. And again, I had requested this. Again, this is one of those posts already. It says here, update, Iran reports U.S. refueling plane downed over western Iraq. Iran's Qatam al-Anbiya central headquarters said its air defense system struck a U.S. Aerial refueling aircraft in western Iraq, claiming it was shot down. The statement asserts that all crew on board were killed. The U.S. has not confirmed the claim. So again, guys, we're already seeing the misinformation being spread from pro-Iranian sources here, so keep that in mind. Give me 1 second here, guys. Okay, so Diablo, good to see you, man. Good to see you. Says, in any military exercise or operation, there are always accidents because it is very dangerous. One of the reasons I have been skeptical of the casualty figures is they are lower than usual operations. The 3 F-15Es being the exception. Yeah, that was a clear example of that for sure. Those 3 F-15. He's referring to those F-15s that got struck down in that friendly fire incident. The KC-135, both things can be true. The E-3s, which have replaced and destroyed ground stations, are very thirsty. So lots of tanker-to-tanker action occurring, which becomes predictable, which means they will get shot at, try to evade, and crash into each other. I mean, yeah, again, a lot of possibilities here. One second here, guys. 1 second. Scotty No says, I'm an armchair sim pilot, and I also agree with the mid-air collision theory. I mean, at the moment, so, again, it's kind of like, sorry, 1 second, replying to a message somebody sent me. So, I mean, again, so, like, it's kind of like Occam's razor here, guys. It's like the most likely thing to occur is most likely what occurred, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, from all the details we got from CENTCOM, right, and the other details that have flown in so far, I mean, this does look like, you know, most likely a mid-air collision that occurred. But again, we don't want to say anything concretely until we have more information. I'll close that out. Close that one out. Wes, big shout out to you. Thank you much for sending that over. Here's another one he posted. Again, this is, was posted in the misinformation channel here. The deadly Iranian silent hunter. It's only a matter of time, it says. Then it shows a video that I'm about 90% sure has fake elements in it, or recycled footage, or AI generated footage for all that we know. Yeah, there's something definitely looks sus about this thermal imagery we're seeing here. Old footage. I was posted today, by the way. That was posted today. Some guy says, "What is that? What is that post claiming as a source?" Exactly. That right there. Source the source. I was talking about this in that video I put up. You got to source the source, and that source had no source to source. Say that 10 times fast. Andy Haynes, yep, I've seen it. I'm tracking. I'm about to start going through the X posts here, and I'm going to show you all about that. We're going to go, again, that's kind of like our other breaking news that is just coming in tonight, but don't worry, I'm going to go into that in just a minute. In just a minute, guys, just a minute. We will start going through our open source intelligence feed over on X. Yeah, at the moment, keyword theory here. Mid-air collision is the working theory. Keyword theory. Till we have more information. Becca says oil's down. No, I reported earlier, oil's up. We're back up at $100 a barrel. We're sitting about 95.48 here USD on Google. That's coming from NYMEX there. But on Brent oil futures, we're up at 173. That's up from where were we at? March 3rd, we were at right around 97, high 80s, low 90s. We're now up at 100 for those oil futures. She's gone up a little bit more over the past 12 to 24 hours here. Do you know why it's gone up? And I reported on this earlier. It's because we had 3 more of those oil tankers in the Strait of Hormuz get struck. And there's been the reports coming out, that Iran was attempting to mine the strait. Again, we now know that I think it's up. I think our current count is 28, if not 30, of those. Somewhere between 28 and 32. I've seen sporadic reports coming from the U.S. administration of those mine-laying vessels have been destroyed. There was some speculation that Iran had managed to, get out maybe like, a dozen mines, like a couple a couple mines had been deployed there in the strait, but that again, those ships have been destroyed and no significant mining of the strait had occurred yet. But they are turning up the heat in the Strait of Hormuz. That was going to be my main focus for tonight's stream, but then we got sidetracked by all the other stuff that's going on right now, like like this aircraft that got that crashed here in Iraq, and another major development that I'm going to just get to in just a second here. Michael says, and you need to confirm the source of the source of the source. Indeed. Indeed. Yes, as Dennis says, once the strait opens safely, it will go back down. Yes. Once either the insurance situation gets figured out there, or possibly Navy escorts start escorting the ships through the strait, we will see some relief on oil prices. That those markets will calm. We'll see that price come back down. Oh, it looks like we Oh, no, it's back up. It's back up. I was about to say it looked like our Beirut feed was starting to go down. Air raid sirens now in Bahrain, West Lester is saying. All right, so without further ado, guys, we're going to start going through our open source intelligence feed on X here. Don't worry, we'll be keeping an eye on a couple of these different situations. In fact, actually, speaking of which, we have a KC-135R coming back in. Registration 623518. It's coming back into Tel Aviv right now. Again, it left earlier, it went out, transponder off, and is now coming back in. And we have another one, registration 580076. See if I can, oh, yeah, we got him up on screen here. Is this, that's the Globemaster that we saw earlier, and another one. They're bringing in a lot of cargo right now. A lot of cargo, and then here's the 135R. Yeah, 580076. Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on this situation. Again, I'm going to start going through our open source intelligence feed here on X. Again, that's x.com/Nemico Network. If you're not following us over there already, I highly recommend you do it. Again, we post 24/7 open source intelligence updates, reports, and analysis here that are not just posted by us here at the Nemico Network. It's not just our curated stuff, but we also aggregate from other open source intelligence sources, so to speak, from across the web. So it's a really good, well-rounded source of updates. Highly recommend you go and check that out if you haven't already. Before we start scrolling through our feed tonight, again, we're going to get you guys all updated on the past 12 hours of what's been going on here in the Middle East. But before we start, if you can hit the like button for me real quick, guys, for those that are just tuning in. If you haven't already, hit the like button on this stream. Also, if you haven't already, go check out our new video that I just posted it last night. Again, I put a lot of work into this one. I ended up re-recording it twice. That's why it took so long to get out. I put a lot of research, a lot of effort into that one. Highly recommend you go check it out. Again, it's our video on the problem with propaganda, misinformation, and AI-generated videos and images that are circulating in relations to the war in the Middle East and what we've seen over the past couple weeks here since this began. Highly recommend you go check that out after tonight's stream or whenever you get time. If you like that analysis, hit the like button on that video and share it. Also, guys, if you're not already in our Discord server, there's a link to that in the description below. Highly recommend you go and join us over there. Again, it's kind of our community hub. All sorts of analysis that is community aggregated and reports that are community aggregated. You have the community discussion over there that's ongoing 24/7. And also our automated feeds, like the one on X here, are also over in that Discord server. So if you don't like using X, you can go and look at that stuff in the Discord server itself. All right, give me 1 second here. All right, so without further ado, without further rambling, we are going to begin going through our open source intelligence feed here on X, starting with a refresh because I want to make sure nothing else came in. Yep, see, that's why I refresh. All right, so that's our report of air raid sirens currently ongoing in Bahrain. So next time we refresh, in fact, what I often do is I'll open up 2 tabs of this. One tab will be used for any of the recent posts, and the other tab will just continuously scroll through. Again, we're going to try to make our way back to 12 hours. All right, once we reach the 12-hour posts, then we'll conclude this segment of the show. And after that is when we kind of go into the more the kind of more deep divey stuff, the rants. That I bring you during these live streams. After we kind of go through this, again, that kind of concludes like the primary reporting, and then we start looking at things like our live feeds. We start looking at things like the air raid map. We start looking at things like traffic, air traffic, ADS-B flight radar, marine traffic, other tools from rPanel, which we haven't got too much of a chance to go through yet. NASA firms, fires, live UA maps, oil prices, stuff like that, and that's when I start reading off chats and stuff like that. Kind of like anything goes at that point. We'll see of how much that stuff we get to do tonight, because again, I'm looking to cap this stream this evening at about 4 hours. We're now at 2 hours and 5 minutes in here. We might end up going a little longer, so who knows. But for now, we're going to start going through our open source intelligence feed here on X. Okay, so 2 minutes ago, air raid sirens in Bahrain. 13 minutes ago, the U.S. Treasury's Office of Foreign Asset Control has released a new Russia-related general license issuance authorizing the delivery and sale of crude oil and petroleum products of Russian Federation origin loaded on vessels. That's an interesting read. If you guys really want some good reading material tonight before bed, go over here and check out again this document released by the Department of the Treasury. I'm sure it'll keep you up all night. It's riveting, absolutely riveting stuff there. But basically, again, they're allowing for some of these Russian oil transactions. 23 minutes ago, new footage captures the moment an Israeli airstrike hit the southern suburbs of Beirut. This video here, and again, just a few minutes ago as I was kind of reading off your guys' comments, I was trying to get some other clarification on this video from somebody to see if this possibly was one of the strikes that we saw here. It very well may be, but again, take that with a grain of salt at this moment. I'm still getting verification on that. But let's go ahead and take a look at this video. I'm thinking after watching this video a couple times, I'm thinking it was the second strike that happened on this side of the screen, the one that Skies ended up clipping, because this one here was significantly larger. This was like almost like a smaller explosion that happened, and after kind of looking and I had somebody trying to geolocate this, it might be the second explosion that we saw, but again, it's hard to know for sure at this moment.
بتخريها يا أفخاي بتخريها الله أكبر يا أبا الحسن دخيلك يا علي
27 minutes ago, again, this was that post about that other KC-135R. It was the other incident aircraft. Again, we saw this earlier. I was showing you guys. I believe this is the one we witnessed kind of heading off earlier. Again, outside of Jordanian airspace and into Iraqi airspace. 33 minutes ago, an Iraqi intelligence source tells CBS News that the first plane went down near Turibil along the Iraqi-Jordanian border, while data from Flight Radar 24 shows a Boeing KC-135 shadow tanker declared an emergency before landing in Tel Aviv, Israel on Thursday. Again, I showed you that other one on Flight Radar earlier. And I believe we have another one. Yeah, another one here is heading back as well. This one just landed at Ben Gurion, or is in the process of landing, or has landed. Again, it looks like it's frozen in time here, but again, they come in and they line up on this runway here. That's why they... like what I've noticed about Ben Gurion and how they're operating here is this runway here has been dedicated to takeoffs, and this one has been dedicated to landings. Just a little tidbit there. In fact, you can see that the flight track started right off. If you notice, a lot of them, the flight track starts right off of this runway, and then they usually come in and they land at this runway here. So kind of an interesting tidbit there. That's how that seems to be how they've been operating. But like if you look at this one here, right, same thing, right? Flight track starts there off of this runway, and then what you'll notice is they come in, they'll kind of come across Ben Gurion here, they'll do kind of a loop, and they'll loop around, and then they'll line up for that runway there in kind of a north-south direction. Already getting sidetracked here. It says here, again, this is coming from Washington, an American military aerial refueling tanker that was involved in the U.S. military operation in Iran crashed in western Iraq on Thursday, according to multiple U.S. officials who spoke to CBS News. Recovery efforts are underway in the area. So it says here recovery efforts, not rescue efforts. So again, some of the wording there, keep that in mind. Are underway in the area where a Boeing KC-135 strato tanker crashed. The status of the crew is unknown at this time. A second strato tanker was damaged but landed safely. The first plane went down near Turibil, which is along the Iraqi-Jordanian border. An Iraqi intelligence source told CBS News. Again, according to that Flight Radar 24 tracking, KC-135 tanker declared an emergency, squawking 7700 before landing in Tel Aviv Thursday evening. Again, still waiting to get more information on that. So here's a kind of a follow-up to one of the posts I read earlier tonight. There have been at least 6 medevac flights conducted from CENTCOM into Ramstein. That's the air base there in Germany since the beginning of Operation Epic Fury. Again, 42 minutes ago, according to CBS News, another medevac flight in Saudi Arabia took place today. The flight evacuated 19 service members from Saudi Arabia to a U.S. base in Germany. Again, that's Ramstein. I believe it's Ramstein they're referring to here, although it says likely Landstuhl Regional Medical Center. Yeah, near Ramstein. This is that post I was referring to just a moment ago. Again, kind of a quick off-topic tidbit here. I know some people had asked me about the situation with the FBI investigation into possible Iranian strikes in California. I don't know if you guys had heard about that, but yeah, there's been some publication, some reporting over the past day or so here about this possibility that Iran was planning to strike the homeland here in the United States by launching drones from ships in sorry, I think I'm hearing like a jet in the Beirut camera. Oh, I am hearing a jet in the Beirut camera. Really quickly, let's see if that's on flight radar. It is. It is on flight radar. So this is that jet here that's taking off. Is the one you just saw here on screen. More alerts coming in, by the way. Sorry, I had that muted. I'll unmute that. More alerts coming in. Again, this is most likely fire directed from Lebanon by Hezbollah, but again, we don't know for sure yet. But anyway, there's no substantiated evidence that is a credible threat at the moment. In the intel community, that's kind of been like a thought experiment over recent years. Like how would Iran in this scenario that we're going through now with the war in the Middle East, how would they strike the homeland directly? And that's always kind of been like a thought experiment in the intel community. At the moment, though, there is no credible threat. Some people had messaged me and asked me if that was legit or not. No, again, the FBI, of course, probably is investigating stuff like that. But again, it's not first of all, it's not viable for the Iranians right now because they have no navy. They have no naval vessels. What is more plausible, though, is if they were trying to attempt something like that, that they may use containers, possibly on a container ship, to launch those drones from. Very similar to what we saw with Ukraine's Operation Spiderweb. I saw some analysis and some reporting earlier today that I read that was discussing this possibility that Iran could try to do something like that. However, there's no credible evidence or claims that they are planning anything like that at this moment. But I'm sure U.S. agencies are most likely keeping an eye on possibilities like that. But I thought I would briefly mention that real quick. I know it's not one of the posts we have here, but I thought I would briefly mention that because some people were just messaging me about that. 54 minutes ago, an Iranian vessel sailed too close to the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, and the U.S. fired at the vessel, U.S. officials tell CBS News. This is also kind of a breaking news story this evening, ladies and gentlemen, besides that downed Stratotanker refueling aircraft in Iraq. Again, 55 minutes ago, a report from CBS News indicates that an Iranian ship approached the USS Abraham Lincoln CVN-72 and was fired upon by a Mark 45 5-inch deck gun that missed several times before an MH-60 Seahawk was launched and struck the vessel with two AGM-114 missiles. So they lit it up. They lit it up pretty good. 1 hour ago, the Camp Victory complex near Baghdad, Iraq, was targeted in an Iranian drone attack earlier today, according to Saudi media outlets. Again, here's some more reporting about that vessel that was struck there. 1 hour ago, an Iranian vessel sailed too close to the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, with U.S. forces striking the ship. A Navy destroyer attempted to engage the Iranian vessel with its main gun, but repeatedly missed. They then launched a helicopter to get the job done. Two hours ago, an Iranian drone attack wounds 6 French soldiers at Peshmerga, France, base in northern Iraq. Take a look at this video here without the copyright music. Again, this is showing some footage of the aftermath of that strike there. Becca asks a great question relating to the FBI drone investigation thing that I was just talking about. She asks, and what is the entire state of California supposed to do with that info anyway? Panic. They're supposed to panic and freak out because that and, again, the price of their gas. No Name, speaking of which, No Name just said the price of gas in California is ridiculous. Just passed a gas station, and it was $6.79 a gallon. That is insane. That is absolutely insane. All right, give me one moment here, guys. Let me catch up. All right, so again, this was the reporting 2 hours ago about that aircraft landing safely. The second aircraft that landed reportedly had issues with right side flaps and possibly another control surface. Again, these are all posts referring to that KC-135R. This here is footage, an F-18 Super Hornet refueling mid-air over the Middle East en route to a strike in Iran. Speaking of refueling aircraft, by the way. But I'll show you guys this footage here. Becca asked, did Bibi really say that in a speech, that this war is not only making them a regional superpower, but a global superpower as well? Yeah. I decided I wasn't going to show you that speech, but I guess I can show it to you real quick. Why not? Again, this is like his day 13 update, so to speak, on the war with Iran. I'll go ahead and play this clip for you guys here real quick.
Days that will be written in the annals of Israel. In Operation Roaring Lion, our war is going in.
We got interrupted.
Alarm. Metula.
Got interrupted by a little alarm there. We'll keep going. We'll keep going.
Intensifying. We are pummeling the Islamic regime in Tehran. We are pummeling its emissaries, Hezbollah in Lebanon. There's unprecedented coordination between Israel and the U.S. and achieved substantial achievements that are changing the reality in the West Bank, in the Middle East and beyond. These achievements are increasing the status of Israel as a superpower more than ever. Through our power in opposition to the power of our enemies, this is what is ensuring our survival. Our threats come and go, but when we become a regional superpower, and in many respects a global superpower, we have the power to push away threats and ensure our future.
So there you have that. Again, that was statements made by Netanyahu there. One moment here, guys. Again, there was that. We were right here. Okay, so again, this video is circulating in Israeli channels. I'll bring that up here for you. Oh, they removed this one. You know what we do? When they remove one, we remove it. There we go. 2 hours ago, this video was posted. This is showing Tehran residents, so Iranians here, residents of Tehran, making music as explosions roar in the background. Pretty interesting there. Again, more information about the, more reports here, again, cross-posted, about that KC-135, which we have already read those. 2 hours ago, this is coming from the Wall Street Journal, says Israeli officials now estimate it could take weeks or even months of sustained pressure and strikes to weaken Iran's regime enough to risk its collapse. So again, as I've said before, and it continues to be my assessment of this, is that this is gonna be going for a while, or at least until the economic pressure becomes so great on the U.S. and its allies that they decide, and Russia and China for that matter, and other nations, I should say, all nations, that everybody kind of decides that, to pump the brakes here a little bit. 2 hours ago, Saudi Arabia reports that 72 of the 207 Iranian drones fired at the kingdom so far targeted the Shabaa oil field. Again, I've been talking about this the past few nights. They've been really heavily targeting that oil field there in the east of the country. Again, more cross-posting. This one here, 3 hours ago, large fires are burning at the joint Peshmerga French base in the Makur area of Erbil, Iraq, following a drone strike that injured at least 6 French soldiers. This is a different video of that same situation that I showed you earlier. Scotty Knows says, no scripts, more ramble and tangents, the better. Right on, right on, right on. Another cross post there. Again, apologies. I've been working on kind of some modifications to the API layer that we're using here to avoid cross posts. Like we'll post something and then like the same video gets posted by like 3 other sources that are in like our API. And so you end up with a couple duplicates sometimes, especially when news is moving really, really fast. But I'm working on a fix for that. So don't trust anything Middle East Observer posts. I've seen them a couple times posting some like pro-Iranian stuff that is obvious misinformation and propaganda. But OSINT Technical pushed this out earlier. I watched it and I thought it was interesting. Again, this shows a French helicopter was hit as a result of an attack by Iran-backed factions on the French airbase in Erbil, and 6 French soldiers were injured in the attack. So again, we're still waiting more information on this. But if this is true that 6 French soldiers were injured here, could that mean that the French might get more involved in an offensive capacity here in this war? That's the question. Again, sorry for the copyrighted music there. And all this really shows here, again, is a fire burning off in the distance, and it's kind of hard to actually see what we're looking at. And there's been no other verification done on this video so far as of right now that I know of. We're still waiting to kind of run more analysis on that. Yeah. So again, kind of another follow-up to that as well. 3 hours ago, Netanyahu says we dealt with Iran's nuclear program the same way, striking senior scientists who are leading efforts to build atomic bombs aimed at destroying us. They are no longer a threat, and we've eliminated a few more since. That's some reporting here in the homeland, here in the States. If you want to go check that out, you can read that over on our X feed. Here's Senator Lindsey Graham going on a rant today. Again, this was Forbes that got this clip. Usually I don't like to show a lot of these, senators and stuff giving statements. I show them once in a while, but I'll go ahead and play this one for you because, again, I thought it was interesting what he was saying here. And not that I find a lot of what Senator Lindsey Graham says interesting. I shouldn't say interesting, but I said noteworthy. Noteworthy would be the way to put this.
That's happening.
Kind of showing, what the thinking in Washington is at the moment.
That's happening.
If you want the significant pain comes from Iran with a nuclear weapon. If you think gas prices are high now, give the Ayatollah a nuclear weapon to terrorize the region, to threaten the Straits of Hormuz. He will control gas prices forever. That regime would if they had a nuclear capability.
Once again, we're being interrupted by an alert here.
Alarm. Kfar Haruv. Tiberias. And
So I muted that. More alerts here in northern Israel. So again, my question is right now, are these strikes coming over from the border from Lebanon, from Hezbollah? Are they firing rockets in right now? Because again, as I reported on earlier tonight, last night 200 rockets came in from Hezbollah in a joint strike between the IRGC and Hezbollah. They struck targets here in the north. 200 rockets were launched, give or take, from Lebanon into Israel. And I know earlier tonight, again, we saw those posts. You could still those strikes. You could still see smoke rising here above the skyline in Beirut. So, again, it remains to be seen if they're retaliating now for the IDF strikes that we've seen over the course of the past few hours. Is that why we're seeing this barrage here? Again, waiting to get more information on that. But we do have alerts coming in out of Beirut here, out of Israel. J-Ball says, sorry if it was mentioned already, I took a nap. Have we discussed the synagogue in Michigan or Old Dominion University? No, we did not. In fact, I actually kind of skipped across that post here in our feed. If you want to go read that, it's over in our X feed there. I don't have any concrete analysis on that yet to give you guys at this very moment. I might talk about, I might go into more of the homeland, so like the domestic based stuff that's happening here. Either later in tonight's broadcast or possibly in a separate broadcast or a separate video. But tonight we probably will not. 1 second here. Let me look. Just looking at a couple things here. Give me 1 moment. Double checking a few things. THN4AU says so many Senator mouse circles. Yeah. I feel so bad for that one. There's one guy that's been leaving me comments. He really loves the content and stuff, but he has a hard time with the mouse circles. Again, I'm trying to get better. I forget sometimes. So I'm going to do slow, deliberate mouse movements. We'll slowly outline Senator Lindsey Graham with slow, deliberate mouse movements here as to not cause epileptic seizures. I apologize. I'm going to press play here, and we can listen in on what was said here at Capitol Hill.
That's happening.
If you want to, the significant pain comes from Iran with a nuclear weapon. If you think gas prices are high now, give the Ayatollah a nuclear weapon to terrorize the region, to threaten the Straits of Hormuz. He will control gas prices forever. That regime would if they had a nuclear capability.
That's happening.
If you want to, the significant pain comes from Iran with a nuclear weapon.
Again, that's kind of the line of thinking by a lot of these senators in Washington at the moment. That's like the narrative that is put out by Washington. That's what they're sticking to. Andy, good to see you. Thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate it. Dumpy says change your cursor to a red laser dot. I did actually think about changing it so it would be more visible. Maybe then I wouldn't need to flail it around so fast to highlight things. I could. I have thought about getting like a what do you call it? What do you call that? Hold on, actually, give me 1 second here, guys. We're going on a tangent, ladies and gentlemen. Give me 1 second here. We're going on a tangent. Stand by. Stand by. We're going on a tangent here. I might have a solution here. Um, 1 second. 1 second. Give me 1 second. Stand by. Stand by. Stand by, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. This might be what we're looking for. This might work. This might just work. Yeah, the Nemico Wild Wacky Mouse Show is about to get a level up out here, I think. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Yeah, this might work. This might work. Yeah, this might do the trick. This might do the trick. Okay, okay. All right. Okay. We might be in business, guys. We might be in business. Okay, what I'll do is I'll drag this right here. I wonder if this will show up. I wonder if this will show up on the source, though. This might not show up on the source. Will this show up on the source? Hold on. Oh, I don't think it's gonna. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work. Shit. Pardon my French, ladies and gentlemen. Pardon my French. Yeah, that one's not gonna work because it won't show up in the source. It will not show up in the source. Where's the, is there just a... That's an air... Okay, I see. I see. I see. Okay, alright. Oh, I see. Okay, so I can do that. Okay. I drag this here. Okay, I'm gonna have to. Some guy says what I'd miss. We're trying to do some real time modifications to our stream here. Give me 1 second. We're trying to make an improvement for the mouse guy that doesn't like the mouse. Trying to see if I can trying to see if I can come up with an alternative here on the fly. Well, that's definitely not going to work. And that's definitely not going to work. Yeah, that won't work. Okay, we're going to have to we're going to have to look for an extension. Okay. I know there's Oh yeah, okay, I found one. This will do. I think this one will do. Hold on, there's another one though. Let me look at the other one real quick. That will also do. I need one that has to have an undo button. I think this one will work. We're gonna try this one. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. This one will show up because it's running natively. So I'm gonna have to pin it. Let's pin that real quick. All right. Okay, 1 second. Ooh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, guys. Yeah, guys, we got it. We got it. We're online. All right. All right, so now I could do this stuff. Now I could do this, right? Instead of moving my mouse all over the place, I could be like, here is Lindsey Graham. Here is Lindsey Graham's mustache. All right, he's now an astronaut with a mustache. All right, so we could do that instead of me flailing the mouse all around. Can I move this window too? I can. I guess it really doesn't matter where we put it, in theory. What do we else we got? We got a highlighter. I can highlight stuff. You can highlight Lindsey Graham. We can even change the color to something a little bit maybe less red. We could try yellow. I can highlight text. I'm noticing there's a little bit of lag though. It's a little bit unresponsive. We can even turn down the size a little bit so I can highlight Lindsey Graham with a smaller line. We can write text and I can go right back to the pointer when I need to. I guess that thing's going to be jumping around on the screen the whole time, though. Hold on. I guess we can exit it whenever we don't need it, and then all I got to do is just bring it back up if I want to highlight something. It does seem to reset. Oh, it doesn't reset the size, though. It does reset the color, though. What I could do is drag this down here, and then you guys won't see it as I... Oh, nope. As soon as I scroll, it resets its location. Well, that might just have to be a trade-off. Everything has a trade-off. Somebody said green is good, too. Yeah, we could try green. We could try a nice shade of green. Let's go. Yeah, let's go with this. See, you can circle Barack. Not a big fan of the. It does seem to be. Hold on. What if I go quick with it? I don't know. 1 second. Keep that there. What if I go quick like that? Nah. See, now I gotta go slow and deliberate. So this will force me to go slow and deliberate with my mouse movements. Yeah, yellow is definitely less red than red, as THN4AU says. Some guy asked, what's this tool called? Well, there's another tool I usually use for stuff, but since it's not running natively in the browser, the OBS browser capture will not pick it up. So I had to get an extension. This one's called PageMarker. It's an extension for Google Chrome. And it's free. It's free for everybody. Any of you could get this too. We could even draw lines. I know we're getting really sidetracked here, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize. So we can draw straight lines. Make ourselves a little box here. To box in Lindsey Graham in a box. There's an eraser, so we can erase. We can erase said lines. And we can delete it. Prospering Woman, good to see you. Thank you so much for subscribing. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's just called PageMarker. It's an extension. It's just called PageMarker. It's a Chrome extension. I mean, yeah, I think it's fine. I think this is great. I think this will do because then I won't, then I won't be constantly flailing the mouse everywhere. Somebody said make a star. We could try that real quick. I don't remember how to draw a star anymore. How do we draw a star? Isn't it like this or something? Whatever. Let's move on. We're getting sidetracked here. All right. So 3 hours ago, one Delilah on the left wing, data link pod on the right wing, as you see here. See? Look at that. Jason Bayless, good to see you. Thank you so much for tuning in. Yeah, I think green is the best color here that we could probably choose. Do you guys think green is like the best one for this job? I think it is. I mean, we could do blue too, because the Nemico color is kind of blue. We could even do like a nice cyan that's gentle on the eyes. Something like that. Might be harder to see though. I don't know. What do you guys think? What color should we go for here? Aeon says Aeon Solara says Nemico evolving before our eyes. Exactly. Sean D. Richmond says this is what the mainstream media has been missing. Green is a good default, says some guy. Yeah, I think green was a little bit better than the blue. I think the green stands out better and it isn't as annoying as red or yellow. Green seems to be a nice baseline. Yeah, and most screens use blue colors, exactly. Yeah, it seems to be the general consensus here is green. So I will stay with green. I think green is less aggressive than red, so we'll go with green. Israeli Air Force F-16 Sufa tanking off typos throwing me off here. An F-16I taking off on an Iran strike mission carrying a Delilah loitering munition. Again, I believe this is one of the first photos we've seen in this war so far of those loitering munitions. We know they've been used, but we haven't seen them. We haven't seen them in pictures yet that I know of. Let me see here. 3 hours ago, switching to my highlighter. Iran's football team responds to Trump, says, quote, "No one can bar the Iranian team from participating in the World Cup. A country that merely holds the title of host but cannot provide security for the teams participating in the World Cup is one that should not be part of the event." Oh, great. Oh, I can hit the delete button. All right, that'll make it better. 3 hours ago, the IDF eliminated Ali Musallam Tabaja, commander of the Imam Hussein Division and his deputy in Lebanon. The Imam Hussein Division belongs to the IRGC's Quds Force and is composed of thousands of terrorists from across the Middle East. And you can see here, they don't have photos for him, unfortunately, but so quite but 4 of those leaders there have been eliminated. Again, some people were asking about the Dominion University situation earlier. The Old Dominion University shooter has been identified as Mohammed Baylor Jallah, 36, a former U.S. National Guardsman, prior conviction on federal terrorism charges for plotting an attack in support of ISIS back in 2016. As of market close today at 4 p.m., the Dow Jones Industrial Average has closed at 46,677.85, down more than 739 points since the market opened this morning, and more than 3,800 points since the high of 50,512 on February 10th. This is rights for all. These people have taken to the streets empty-handed time and time again. Let's listen in to this interview here.
Sardar Pashai, he's a former Iranian youth world wrestling gold medalist and the founder of Hiwa, which means hope in Kurdish. Help us understand the way that the Iranian regime treats its athletes, especially when they might not fall quite into line politically.
Imagine when you don't like the national anthem or the flag of your country, the regime that breaks your dignity, humiliate you, and you're forced to put your hand on your chest or honor that flag. It's just so difficult.
You have a personal background with the regime targeting your own family.
Yes. I think the most immoral tool that Iranian regime, which claims moral authority, use is hostage taking, and it's when they go after your family. They take your dear ones, torture them, put them in jail. It happened to me several times when I became louder, criticizing the way the Islamic regime treats its people.
What would you like to see the international community do?
Stay with the people and help them to build a democratic country that they want, where everybody's right is protected. These people have tried it many times on the street, and they deserve to have a constitution, a government that everybody can be happy.
Sardar Pashai, thank you very much for coming by the studio, Kurdish Iranian human rights advocate.
All right, so there we have it. I made the mouse black too. That might help. I made the mouse a little bigger, and it's now black and not white, so maybe that's less annoying. If the viewer who left those comments, I mean, these were like a paragraph or too long. He really went into great detail on his issue with the mouse, which, I respect that. I respect that. But if you're watching right now, let me know if this is a good solution. 4 hours ago, reports of an attack on besieged checkpoint in Tehran's District 15 near a bridge there. Again, that was 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago, the IRGC... Oh, we just ran into a problem, guys. Page marker stops working when you scroll down a certain length. If the page height grows too big, it stops supporting it. We'll come back to that issue. Becca says I like the black mouse, though. Some guy says I want to say dark mode is based in general. Yes, it is. Indeed it is. A big fan of dark mode. Big fan. It's easier on the eyes. We'll come back to the marker issue later. I can still use it for different things, but we're going to have to find maybe a different extension, because that one doesn't work when the page length gets too long, I guess, unfortunately. 4 hours ago, IRGC Navy claims it launched, quote, devastating strikes on the U.S. 5th Fleet headquarters at Mina Salman port in Bahrain, targeting air defense systems, fuel reserves, and personnel with drones and missiles. The IRGC added that the Strait of Hormuz will, quote, remain closed. Dappa said, flail that cursor. Yeah, a lot of people think to see that looks loads better. Good. I'm gonna have to hold on. Oh, geez. Okay. Yeah, it's really freaking out now. Hold on, can I disable it? No, it won't even let me disable it. Oh, geez. Oh man, we're getting. All right, we're gonna have to go back to this page here. We're gonna have to scroll all the way down to where we just were because PageMarker decided to put a kink in our operation here, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to find where we were at. We were, I believe, at the 4-hour mark. I mean, if mouse cursor flailing gives you a hard time, then me doing that definitely is going to give you a hard time. All right. Secretary of State Marco Rubio announces the U.S. has cut all aid to Somalia. Let's listen to this.
Of our foreign policy, and it should be used for the purpose of furthering the national interest. That doesn't mean we don't care about human rights. That doesn't mean we don't care about starvation. That doesn't mean we don't care about hunger. That doesn't mean we don't care about humanitarian need. What it does mean, however, is that even foreign aid, which is not charity, it is an act of the U.S. taxpayer. Now, American charities are free to give their money to whoever they want, as long as it's not a sanctioned entity. But the United States and the taxpayer money should be spent in furtherance of our foreign policy, should be spent in places and on things that further our foreign policy, and even that is not unlimited. We have a limited amount of money that we can dedicate to foreign aid and humanitarian assistance, and that has to be applied in a way that furthers our national interests, and that's what we have sought to do as well. And in that endeavor as well, we have empowered the regional bureaus and our embassies to play a dramatic role. In fact, they are not just the implementers of this. They, in many cases, are the ones that are suggesting and are leading the response. And so bringing the tools of foreign aid underneath the umbrella of our broader foreign policy has been an important and dramatic reform. Even in the midst of all that, we remain engaged around the world, including in conflicts that perhaps are not central to everyday life in America, but the President has made it a priority to be a peacemaker.
All right. We've got the new mouse up here on screen. Made it a little bigger. Now it won't get lost on screen. Some guy who said the dark mouse on a dark page can get lost, but you can make it very dark green or something if you want, obviously. I think if it's larger, I don't think it'll get lost. We now have a very large mouse. Maybe that'll work better. See here. 4 hours ago, Trump on the Michigan incident. He says he's sending our love to Jewish community there. Again, there was an incident that occurred in Michigan earlier today. Law enforcement sources say the vehicle used in today's attack at the Michigan synagogue is registered to a naturalized U.S. citizen from Lebanon living in Dearborn, Michigan. Police stations and security checkpoints in Tehran were hit in coordinated drone and missile attacks tonight. That was 4 hours ago. Senator Lindsey Graham says, yet another reminder of how cruel, hate-filled anti-Semitism can be to those involved in protecting the synagogue. God bless you. To my Jewish brothers and sisters, keep the faith. America is with you. That came earlier today as well. A report from NBC News indicates the identity of the shooter for this morning's incident at Old Dominion University. Again, 36-year-old Mohammed Jallah. Jallah is a native of Sierra Leone who joined the U.S. Army National Guard in 2009. 4 hours ago, the IDF eliminates 4 militants who violated the ceasefire and crossed the yellow line in northern Gaza. Let's take a look at this footage here. Some thermal footage again coming from the IDF. And you can see this video here again of them, again, eliminating those targets there. Saudi Aramco. This statement by them earlier today says, claims in recent reports that Aramco is in discussions with Ukrainian companies regarding the procurement of interceptor drones are inaccurate. So there was some early reports that, again, Aramco was looking to work with the Ukrainians to, again, procure some interceptor drones to protect some of their assets there in the Middle East. Again, that has been shown to be inaccurate reporting. 4 hours ago, IDF spokesperson says Hezbollah is fighting for its survival. We intercepted 2/3 of the launches. Also 4 hours ago, tonight's strikes in Tehran, loud explosions reported across multiple areas of Tehran. Something I noticed that was interesting with this video was that they blacked out a bunch of stuff, possibly for OPSEC reasons. I'm not exactly sure, but again, let's take a look at this video here. in that video showing strikes that occurred in Tehran earlier today. 4 hours ago, FBI Director Kash Patel says the FBI is now treating today's Old Dominion University shooting in Virginia as a terrorism investigation and is assisting local authorities following the incident. Again, some really good reporting by the Study of War, again, in their Iran update for today. Highly recommend you guys go over to our X account or even hop over to the Institute of the Study of War and check out their updates here. Again, they go into great detail on outlining some of the strikes, some of the targets that have been hit here, etc. Very good stuff. 5 hours ago, multiple and intense airstrikes in Borazajan, Iran, and you can see an image here on screen. You can see an image here on screen of that explosion that occurred there. Five hours ago, again, attacking besieged checkpoints is one of the most effective ways to cause mayhem for the regime. This should continue. It is extremely effective. It is painful, and it is working. Again, this is a post from the Wall Street Journal. Yeah, let's tone down that mouse a little bit. It's a little big. It's a little big, I think, yeah? We'll bring it down to a more respectful size of 3. 3 out of 15. We'll move back down to 3. Yeah, this is a little. I think this is a little bit better. This is a good medium here. 1 second. Oh, and we can invert it. We can do the inverted mouse. Oh, but then it's white again. We don't want that. We don't want that. So Wall Street Journal says the information and locations of besieged and Iranian forces roadblocks that were attacked tonight in Iran reached the Israeli security system from Iranian citizens. From Iranian citizens, guys. So the White House posted another meme video today. Not sure if I could play this. I might get copyright striked for playing this because I believe it does have some copyrighted music in it. They've been steadily posting these meme videos over the past few weeks here. Again, let's take a look at this one here. So again, you can see the Wii title screen with Operation Epic Fury on it. And another meme post from our press team over there at the White House. As J-Ball says, unreal. Unreal. Yeah, and as I've said before, I don't really know what to think about these. Yeah, on one hand, it is a little bit embarrassing. Again, as Marco says, dude, they need to stop with these cringe videos. It's embarrassing. Yeah, a little bit. A little bit. I think this is I think this is the first administration that I've seen put out anything like this. They're trying to appeal to the youth, guys. They're trying to win over the hearts and minds of the American youth to support this war in the Middle East via these videos. This is a psyop you're seeing here, essentially. 5 hours ago, again, the information and locations of the besieged and Iranian security forces roadblocks that were attacked tonight in Iran reached the Israeli security system from Iranian citizens. I want to reiterate on that. I already read this post, but that information, that intel, came from Iranian citizens, guys. Wild footage here, posted 5 hours ago. First footage shows Iran's last operational KC-135 tanker engulfed in flames after an Israeli strike in Tehran's Mehrabad airport there. Let's take a look at this footage here. An image of that was posted as well. Same video cross-posted. This is a video of an Iranian missile intercepted by the Arrow system. Take a look at that real quick. You can see it was intercepted there. The Iranian foreign minister on Israeli strikes says, where's UNESCO? Its silence is unacceptable, he says. From Prime Minister Netanyahu, he said, quote, we have hit nuclear infrastructure. We have eliminated a very senior nuclear scientist. There will be many more surprises. We will maintain the fog of war and intend to achieve all of the objectives with God's help. You can actually listen to his statements here in this video.
Your other question is about the fate of Khamenei and Naim Qasim. I have given you my answer, but it sounds to me as if you are asking what will happen at the end of this battle. I believe there will be surprises, and I am required to maintain some combat fogginess in this press conference. But what I can share with you is that we have the upper hand much more than we anticipated, and we will achieve all our objectives. Your other question is about the fate of Khamenei and Naim Qasim. I have given you my answer, but it sounds to me as if you are asking what will happen at the end of this battle. I believe there will be surprises, and I am required to maintain some combat fogginess in this press conference. But what I can share with you is that we have the upper hand much more than we anticipated, and we will achieve all our objectives. Your other question is...
There you go. There you have it. Statements by the the Israeli Prime Minister there, Netanyahu. 5 hours ago, ballistic missiles were seen incoming into central Israel. Speaking of which, 8 minutes ago, we did have some other alerts that came in across the upper Galilee area here. Again, it looks like those were hostile aircraft intrusions that were reported there. Again, in the north, this is most definitely sent in from Lebanon. And wow, this mouse all of a sudden is glitching out on the red alert map. Yeah, it doesn't like these maps for some reason. Interesting. We'll have to figure that one out. 5 hours ago, Israeli official account in Persia says, quote, there's no longer an Ayatollah, and we know that you do not want him to be replaced by another tyrannical Ayatollah. In the coming days, we will provide you with the conditions to take your destiny into your own hands. Your dreams will, it says. Packet Mouse, thank you so much for the subscribe over there on Twitch. Highly appreciate the support, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Good to see you tuning in. Good to see you tuning in. 5 hours ago, Netanyahu in another statement says, quote, if I were an insurance agent, I wouldn't issue life policies to Mujtaba Khamenei and Naim Qasim. Shots fired. Let's listen to the statements here.
You have said that Khamenei is incapable of appearing to the masses. What is his fate, and what's the fate of Naim Qasim, and what is happening with the nuclear weapons development and the enriched uranium that they have? Answer. If I was an insurance agent, I wouldn't issue them life insurance to these two individuals.
Again, more of those statements there by Netanyahu. 5 hours ago, incoming ballistic missiles were detected. I believe that was in Israel. Again, same statements there by Netanyahu. This was an interesting comment. He said, quote, so the reporter asks, does Israel work toward arming opposition groups in Iran? Netanyahu says, quote, I can say with certainty that the regime cannot be toppled without the efforts of the Iranian people, and we have informed them of that. We have told them that help is on the way. Let's listen to this statement here.
Question. Does Israel work towards arming oppositions in Iran? And have you asked President Trump to discuss the exemptions or the amnesty? I have never asked this from him in the past, nor now. Categorically, and many witnesses can testify to that. My question, are you working towards arming oppositions in Iran, and what are the implications if the Iranian regime is not ousted? You have said that the military effort wouldn't succeed in...
Okay, so really quickly here, I'm interrupting that because we have a post from Bubba that he posted in the Situation Room. Big shout out to him. Thank you much for posting this. He's again, this is coming from OSINT Defender. We might have already gotten this on our feed. Oh, this was deleted. Never mind. So this must have been fact-checked, but this allegedly showed photos of a KC-135 aircraft at what appears to be an Israeli airstrip, possibly Ben Gurion, with visible damage to the tail section. Has emerged following that crash of that KC-135 over western Iraq earlier today. However, again, it has been removed, so I'm guessing that that was fact-checked as to not be true. But, again, I thought that was worth a mention here. 1080p Potato posted this at 7:57 p.m. Central, so about 20 minutes ago. Big shout-out to him as well. Again, this is coming from Faytux on X here. It says, multiple reports of air raid sirens at the... in Cyrillic Air Base in Turkey. Footage from the area shows what appears to be ballistic missiles flying overhead in the general vicinity of the airbase. Now, again, we're waiting to get more confirmation on this, so keep that in mind. But we'll take a look at the video here. Liquid Light Aerospace says he reposted it. I'll take a look here in a second. Here's the other video real quick. You do hear sirens sounding. Again, we have not confirmed or geolocated this yet, so keep that in mind. Really quickly here, I'm going to hop over to our feed in an updated tab. So it says here 2 minutes ago, this is coming from Senate Defender, the Pentagon and National Security Council significantly underestimate Iran's willingness to close the Strait of Hormuz in response to U.S. military strikes while planning the ongoing widespread strike operation against Iran. That's coming from U.S. sources. Again, reports of an Iranian ballistic missile attack targeting in Cyrillic, Turkey tonight. Again, I just showed you more videos from that. We're waiting to get more information on that, again, of that missile over that airbase in Turkey. Air raid sirens, again, another report saying air raid sirens are sounding there. Again, still waiting to get more information. Keep that in mind. They said that he reposted it. I'm looking for that. Okay, here it is here, actually. Again, this is that photo. Again, reportedly shows one U.S. Air Force KC-135 tanker aircraft involved in today's mid-air collision over Iraq after it landed in Tel Aviv, Israel, with nearly half of its vertical stabilizer torn away, as you can see there in this image. You can see it pretty clearly there. In fact, we can even highlight it there for you. Look at that. See? See that? See that? We have that ability now. We can highlight that. That would explain the rudder, but they did say there was some other damage on the right side of the aircraft. And I believe we're facing the left side of the aircraft here, and I don't see any other visible damage. But again, we're still waiting to get more information on this here. So keep that in mind. Get some other statements by Netanyahu there out of Israel. Again, there's a lot of those that have come out today. If you want to go and look at those, you can go over to our X feed, take a look at that stuff. There's a lot of them, so I don't want to, again, keep showing you guys just Netanyahu clips here. 5 hours ago, Saudi Arabia has confirmed the interception of 4 drones heading over its eastern region. That came 5 hours ago. 5 hours ago, again, Netanyahu made another statement during that press release saying, "We are determined to prevent Iran from moving its nuclear and ballistic programs underground to evade strikes." No doubt there is an Israeli intelligence element, or an Israeli on-the-ground element, I should say, most likely coordinating these very operations, backing up these exact statements here. No doubt. 5 hours ago, he also said there will be more surprises. And yeah, more of those airstrikes on Karaj, west of Tehran. You can see that image here on screen now. Again, of a strike that again occurred there. 5 hours ago, he also said Hezbollah fears our might, and they will pay a heavy price for their aggression against Israel. Hamani Jr., again, I like how they referred to him as Hamani Jr. He said, "I advise the leaders of the regional countries to shut down those U.S. bases as soon as possible, for they must surely have realized by now that the U.S.'s claims of ensuring security and peace have been nothing but lies," he says. That was in those statements that he gave earlier today. 5 hours ago, again, Netanyahu saying Iran's new leader, Mujtaba Hosseini Khamenei, is a, quote, puppet of the IRGC and is unable to appear in public. Again, as I reported on earlier tonight, he made that statement, but he was not captured on video, nor was his actual voice captured as well, which is interesting and worth noting. 6 hours ago, the Israeli Air Force identifies and destroys a Hezbollah launcher during a rocket attack towards Israel. Yesterday, the IDF eliminated dozens of launchers and Hezbollah operatives firing at Israeli territory. You can see a video here on screen now of some of those operations. Six hours ago, he also said, quote, to the Iranian people, "Your freedom will come soon," he says. Again, a lot of these statements have been directed directly towards the Iranian people. I feel like the Israelis and the U.S. are really depending on that avenue of approach, of garnering support and action from the Iranian people directly. 6 hours ago, dealing heavy blows to Iran's Revolutionary Guard and Basij forces, says Netanyahu. 6 hours ago, Tehran in Iran was rocked by at least 20 explosions in quick succession. Let's take a look at this video here. Can't hear any of the reports from these blasts here, but this clip was verified to have came out of Tehran today. So that is a verified new clip that came out of Tehran. 6 hours ago, Hezbollah will pay a very heavy price for its aggression. No doubt, again, we've been seeing strikes here in Beirut this evening. We're still at 2 on the strike counter. 6 hours ago, reports of Israeli drone strike targeting Basij forces at a checkpoint in Bahrain Square in the Falal district of Tehran. I showed you that video a short time ago. 6 hours ago, the IRGC official says it's our energy infrastructure. If our energy infrastructures are attacked, we will burn the region's oil and gas infrastructure. Ladies and gentlemen, I just had an epiphany. As I'm sitting here, that I've been doing this wrong the entire time that I've been giving these live streams. And, this probably goes right back to when I was covering Ukraine as well. I should be starting at the 12-hour mark and then working my way back to the newest instead of going from the newest backwards. And I don't know why I haven't been doing that this entire time. That is a oversight on my part. And I sincerely apologize to every single one of you guys that are watching right now. And I think starting in our next report, I'm going to start at 12 hours. And work my way back. Backafly says that you should have done purple. Maybe. Oh, great. I think I just... hopefully I didn't mess that up. Yeah, that page marker, as soon as you activate it, it's going to mess us all up here. Yeah, I think in the next report, I'm going to start doing it where I start at like the 12-hour mark and I work my way back instead of instead of starting at like the newest and working down. I think that's probably a better way to do this. Yeah, old news first is probably... I think part of the reason I've been doing it this way is because I want to give you guys the latest. But I feel like it makes more sense because, again, I'm reporting you, like, I'll report, like, an update, but then report the initial report afterwards, and that kind of doesn't make sense continuity-wise. I've always done it like this. Some guy says it's a good policy going forward. Yeah, I think it is. I think that's how we're going to do it from now on. Is I'm going to start at 12 hours, and I'm going to work my way back and give you guys the latest updates. That's just for when I go through, like, feeds like this, right? I've done it this way since Ukraine, where I start at the newest and I go backwards. And the reason I think I've done that is because I want to give you guys, like, the latest information first. But I've already made a change to the streams, and I mentioned this earlier tonight, where, like, when I start, I'm going to kind of, before I go live with these streams, I'm going to get a script prepared. I'll write a short script kind of highlighting the main breaking news, like I did tonight. If you go back and watch the first, half an hour of the stream, I go through and I, like, list the major developments, and I kind of give you guys the breakdown of what's going on right now. So now that I'm doing that, I think I can afford to kind of flip this, where I start with the older news and then work my way back up. And I think that's what I'm going to do. I don't know why it's taking me 4 years to have this epiphany now. Scotty knows, says, I forgive you. I forgive you too. Thank you much, Scotty. I appreciate it. Yeah. Again, we're always trying to improve here. We're adding markers and highlighters. We're changing our mouse to a nice black color that's less aggressive as I flail it all over the place. It's all about little improvements, ladies and gentlemen, okay? Yeah, some guy says you can cover the breaking and the lead and then what we missed or whatever, and then updates at the end if you want. Yeah. So how I've been doing it, like when I do these X rundowns, when I do these feed rundowns, is like, and I start at new and I work my way back, and then I'll go and, at the end of it, I'll pull up the fresh feed, and I'll kind of give you like the latest ones that have come in. But if I start at 12 hours and just work my way back, and if I do that for like the live universal awareness maps too, then you guys are getting the latest, right at the end. And it kind of like, you get a better understanding of the chain of events that occurs. So I think that might be a better way to do it. Epi Moo, right on, man, right on. He says, we call it doing Ars Fe Elbow. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that correctly, Epi, but right on, right on. Bubba says, to be fair, you did have breaking news when you came on. Yes, because now that I'm doing that way, where I kind of like give the rundown of the breaking news and like the top headlines at the beginning of the show, I can afford to flip it and do it from old to newest. Yeah, I noticed, J-Ball says, LMAO, it recommends you follow Mashtaba. I know, I saw that. In fact, is this an official account? Statements from Mashtaba Hosseini Khamenei, the leader of the Islamic Revolution. I wonder if this is an official account. It doesn't look like an official account. It's not verified. 76,000 followers. And what clearly is an AI-generated artistic rendering. They love their AI in Iran. It's funny. That's actually like a pretty interesting thing. Their heavy use of AI. I feel like I should do a whole piece just on their heavy use of AI. I mean, I'm sure I could do an entire video just on the analysis of channels like this. Just on the analysis of accounts like this. It's funny, this only has 39 posts, and all of them are in the past, what seems to be 24 hours. Yeah. This is a new account. 12 hours. Holy shit. 12 hours, only 12 hours of post, and this account already has 76,000 followers. And it joined March 2026. And the account is based in the Netherlands. One username change last on March 2026. Connected via web, account based in the Netherlands, and joined in March. So I guarantee it joined within the last 24 hours, or maybe a little later than that. So I can tell you right now, this is not an official Iranian X account. Again, it's based in the Netherlands, but it just joined and it already has 76,000 followers. Is that the play? To get a bunch of followers on X, you just name yourself after the newly elected Iranian supreme leader, and post some clearly Iranian propaganda over 24 hours, and all of your posts. I mean, 107,000 views, 126,000 views, holy crap, 940,000 views on this one. Is that the meta, guys? Is that the new Twitter? The Twitter cheat code, the new Twitter meta, is just to name yourself after a newly elected Iranian supreme leader, and you'll immediately gain 76,000 followers in 24 hours. So guy says whatever gets eyeballs is not their only account. Yeah, botting for money, exactly. They're not verified yet, though. I guess it does take a little bit. I think it does take like a 24-hour. Maybe a little bit longer than that verification. I don't remember. I don't remember. When I verified mine, I think it was pretty quick. I think it only took like maybe a couple hours, if I remember correctly. But they're not verified yet, so they're not making money off of their posts. But if they joined March 2026, if this is correct, even if it was on March 1st, 12 days ago, that's a very quick amount of time to reach 76,000 followers with only 39 posts. And again, if you look at the posts, it's only in the past, they've only been posting for 12 hours. Their first post came 12 hours ago, unless they deleted a bunch of other posts. But, I mean, the view metrics on these is insane. 447,000 views, 13,000 likes, 2.3 thousand reposts, 521 comments. 940K here, I think, is their largest, with 12,000 likes, 1.4 thousand reposts. Yeah, that seems to be their biggest viewed tweet. I think we have just stumbled across one of the most sus X accounts I've ever seen, actually. Yeah, Scotty Knows says the bot farm going hard. Andy Haynes says I'm doing the same thing when the next pope gets elected. Yeah, this might be the new this might be the new meta here. If you want to get a ton of X followers in a very quick amount of time, you just rename your account after, again, a newly elected and possibly dead or in a coma supreme leader of Iran, and post for 12 hours, and you're going to get 76,000 followers and almost reach a couple million views here combined, you know? Yeah, it says it's based in the Netherlands, unless they're using a VPN. There are a lot of VPN services located in the Netherlands. They could be utilizing a VPN, of course, right? However, it does list one username change, which is interesting to me. But I mean, see, so like, if I saw this, right, I'd think, okay, this is another account. We're getting some audio here. We're getting some audio here on Tel Aviv, somebody revving their engine. Okay, so if I saw this, right off the bat, right, I'd think, okay, this was an account that was under a different name and just changed their name to start gaining views, right? But it joined this month, even if it joined on the 1st. That's a very short amount of time. So this kind of rules out that idea that it was an account under a different name, like an entirely different name. It's still possible, of course, but kind of makes that a little less likely. Again, possibly just edited the name. Like it possibly was Mashaba Khamenei, and then they added the Ayatollah on there after he got elected or something like that. Who knows? But this date right here with the amount of followers that the account has, let's look at the accounts it follows. So, okay, this is interesting here. This does seem to be a network of similar accounts. And all of these accounts list themselves as like the official account. This is not verified, of course. The official account of, again, Ali Khamenei 104,000 followers. Again, is listed. This joined 2021. Account based in Iran. So this account is actually based in Iran. Connected via an Iran Android app. And has 3 username changes. I might have to do a whole video just on this stuff right here. I mean, I find this stuff fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. I mean, again, yeah, VPN usage could be... Yeah, somebody says VPN and bot networks. Look how many of them there are. Okay, so, all right, if you notice, the first part of their username has, like, the different... so they have different accounts for different nationalities and languages, right? Yeah, like, I believe that's Hindu. This is Russian. And see, how many are you? So they publish the posts in Russian there. 30,000 likes. Or sorry, 30,000 followers. They have a Hebrew one with 68.4 thousand. This is an Iranian one. Okay, so this one's interesting. And of course it doesn't want to load as soon as I go here. There we go. Yeah, Islamic Republic of Iran. Joined in 2009. So this account is older and has no... Okay, so this account here has been verified since 2023 and joined in 2009, but most importantly has no username changes. This actually might be like a legit Iranian-based X account. His birthday was July 16th. How about that? 2.2 million followers, and he's following 13 other accounts. And if you notice, a lot of these other accounts are the same ones that we were seeing on that initial list. Very interesting stuff here. Very interesting stuff. Let's move on. I'll come back to that at some point. Becca says, is that dad? Yes, that's the dad. Very interesting. The Khomeini network, yes, as J-Ball says. Yeah, we can't see. I don't think we could see what the other name was. Hold on, let me look again. We're getting sidetracked here, but I mean, tickle me interested. Yeah, it doesn't let us click on this to like see what the other username change was. Twitter should add that as a feature. That would be a good transparency feature to be able to see what the other username was. What's sus here is it says the account is based in Netherlands. Again, they could be using a VPN. But just that they joined in 2026 March, and they already have 76.4 thousand followers, and they've only been posting for 12 hours. And we're hearing small arms fire in Beirut right now. I just heard a shot pop off there. Some guy says, even official accounts on Twitter cannot be trusted out of hand. Yeah, of course. Yeah, okay, yes, guys. Huge piece of advice for you here. Do not... Okay, this blue check mark... Again, as an example here, I'm showing you on my channel, of course, right? But this blue check mark here means absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. You see a post with a blue check mark. You know how easy it is to get that blue check mark? It is extremely easy. What's a little bit more dependable is this gray check mark here, which is a verified account that is associated with a government or multilateral organization account. That takes a significantly greater amount of verification. However, it is still possible to, in theory, fake your way into getting one of those. It's hard. It's harder, though. A lot harder than getting just a blue check mark. The gray check mark is definitely a little harder to acquire. Keep that in mind. That blue check mark means jack diddly squat. Kip posted this in the Situation Room a minute ago. Again, I think I already reported on this, but yeah, they fired on that ship with a Mark 45 5-inch deck gun, missed several times. Before they were like, MH-60 Seahawk, it's go time. He launched, struck the vessel with 2 AGM-114 Hellfires. Not sure if the vessel was completely destroyed or just damaged and took evasive maneuvers. Who knows? Who knows? But interesting stuff there. Thank you, Kip. Appreciate that. Where were we here? 6 hours ago, Prime Minister Netanyahu said Hezbollah will pay a heavy price for its aggression. 6 hours ago, reports of Israeli drone strike targeting besieged forces. I already said that one. An IRGC official says, quote, if our energy infrastructure is attacked, we will burn the region's oil and gas infrastructure. So I've mentioned on the reports and streams that I've done over the past week that the next step up here for Israel and the U.S. would be to conduct strikes on Iran's energy infrastructure, so power grid. Instead of energy infrastructure, you should say utility infrastructure, right? So things like power grid, desalination, water treatment, gas lines, things of that sort. That would really cripple Iran big time. And again, they seem to be kind of worried that might be the step that the U.S. decides to take next. However, again, if the U.S. and Israel want to garner Iranian support from the people of Iran, right? This might not be a step that they want to take. Because again, imagine being an Iranian citizen. All of a sudden your power's knocked out from U.S. airstrikes because they totally destroyed the power grid, right? All of a sudden you don't got power, you don't got water. You know what I mean? That's not going to look... you're not going to think too kindly on the U.S. after a move like that, right? That might hinder their ability to convince the Iranian people, that they're fighting for them. That's probably the reason why they haven't done this yet, right? It would cause a pretty massive humanitarian problem for the U.S. and Israel. 6 hours ago, in this post here, it says, Dear compatriots, important and decisive days lie ahead. As you prepare yourselves for the final phase of this struggle, I emphasize that for now, refrain from taking to the streets. Do not approach government, military, or law enforcement facilities. Let's watch this video here. Okay, so again, this is from the Persian expatriate prince here, right? And it has subtitles, so we're gonna have to listen to what he's saying and then read the subtitles. You guys should be able to see that. If not, I mean, can I? Yeah, we're just gonna have to play it like this. We're gonna have to play it like this. Actually, I could zoom in. Yeah, we could do that. That might be a little easier for you guys to see.
هم میهنان روزهای مهم و سرنوشت‌سازی در پیش است. در حالی که خود را برای فاز نهایی مبارزه آماده می‌کنید، تأکید می‌کنم که فعلاً از حضور در خیابان‌ها خودداری کنید. به مراکز دولتی، نظامی، انتظامی و خانه‌های سازمانی وابسته به دستگاه سرکوب نزدیک نشوید. جمهوری اسلامی از مدارس، مساجد و دیگر مکانهای عمومی برای پنهان کردن نیروهای سرکوب و ایجاد سپر انسانی استفاده می‌کند. برای امنیت خود از چنین مکانهایی دور بمانید. و پیام ویژه من به کارمندان دولت: به هیچ وجه در محل کار خود حاضر نشوید. جان و امنیت خود را فدای بقای جمهوری اسلامی نکنید. اجازه ندهید از شما به عنوان سپر انسانی استفاده شود. اجازه ندهید کار و فعالیت شما به ابزار سرکوب هممیهنانتان تبدیل شود. از امکانات و دسترسی‌های خود برای مختل کردن روند سرکوب و کمک به مردم استفاده کنید. پاینده ایران.
So again, there's those statements that he made there. Let me back this out again. 6 hours ago, says here, we are crushing the terror regime. This is coming from Netanyahu. We are crushing the terror regime in Iran. Together with our partners from the U.S., we have achieved tremendous success. And successes that are changing the balance of power in the Middle East. We are becoming a regional power, he says. In a post by Trump earlier today, again, not related to Iran here, but he says, quote, where's the Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Powell? Or he says, quote, Jerome, quote, too late, Powell, today. He should be dropping interest rates immediately, not waiting for the next meeting. President Donald J. Trump. So here again is another White House meme video posted by the, again, the White House administration media/press team here. Let's take a look at this this one that they're calling another White House banger. This is coming from Open Source Intelligence, Open Source Intel on X.
Strike to claim it, a strike to claim it, and he got it!
Okay, that music is definitely going to get me a copyright strike. So we're just gonna watch the footage here. Again, you gotta imagine that the White House press team is paying some VFX, some CGI VFX artist to do that video, unless that was done in AI. Hold on, let's look for some AI indicators here. This very well could have been done in AI. In fact, this is giving some tall tale signs. This is giving off some AI vibes here, actually. Sign centered right in the frame. Yep, the focusing. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to tell. They could just have again, like a 3D modeler doing these. Yeah, again, another one of those. 6 hours ago, IDF has begun a wave of strikes in Tehran. Open Source Intel reposted this and said, quote, an extensive wave. 6 hours ago, the Indian Prime Minister said, quote, he had a conversation with the Iranian president to discuss the serious situation in the region, expressed deep concern over the escalation of tensions and the loss of civilian lives as well. Again, India is very concerned about the oil situation in the Strait of Hormuz. Very concerned. Somebody's saying in the chat that the White House didn't make this one. Well, hey, hold on. Well, you know what we do here? We verify. We verify stuff. Give me 1 second. I'm going to find out. Do you know, can you guys guess where we can find out very easily if this was made by the White House? I'll tell you where. We can go over to the convenient White House X page. 34 minutes ago. They posted something 34 minutes ago.
We're going to destroy their missiles and raise their missile industry to the ground. It will be totally, again, obliterated.
One, destroy their missile stockpiles, their missile launchers.
Okay. Yeah, let's keep looking here. Wow, the White House X account has been extremely active lately. But, you know, if they did post this, it'll be here. Because I'm pretty sure this is where they've been posting these lately. Well, they posted the Wii one. We saw this one earlier. Some guy says it's called Slopaganda. Or he says he calls it Slopaganda, yeah. Dappa says it's an AI shitposting kind of war. Indeed. Yeah, I don't see it here, so yeah, maybe that one wasn't made by the White House. But, I mean, we do know that they've been making a ton of them, so... Again, that was posted by Open Source Intel. That was just kind of like aggregated into our feed. They said it was a White House banger. Yeah, I don't see it here though. They have been posting a lot of them though. Yeah. A lot of these highlight reel videos. You know what's nice though is that CENTCOM isn't getting in on it. CENTCOM is staying professional, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that from our military. That CENTCOM is staying professional and not giving in to the meme slop that is being spread around here, the AI meme slop. I reported on this earlier. Again, the oil giant Saudi Aramco in talks with Ukrainian interceptor drones to protect the company's oil fields. Again, this was disproven. This is another reason why we should start doing these where we start at 12 hours and work our way back, because again, I'm now showing you a post that, as I reported earlier, has already been disproven. So they refuted those claims. Wait, Becca says I just went by it. Oh God, now I gotta go back. You guys all said okay. You guys all said I went past it. Now we gotta double check. And of course, X.com. It's giving me an issue. Yeah, of course, look, X.com has been doing this a lot lately. Across multiple browsers. When you're like super heavily using the platform, it'll do that. It'll lag out like that. All right, somebody said I scrolled past it. I'll go a little slower here.
issue.
It's not that one. This is the Wii one. Oh, here it is. It is there. Okay, so the White House did make this one. Confirmed. See, we verified. Guys, we verified. This was made by the White House. Chat had me double guessing there. I apologize for that. Chat had me double guessing. But again, this has been confirmed to be another White House meme post about the ongoing war in Iran. All right, we'll continue. We'll continue here. We're making good progress. 6 hours ago, the IDF has begun a wave of strikes in Tehran. I just reported on that. Multiple U.S. and Israeli airstrikes have been reported across Karaj, west of Tehran, with several explosions heard throughout the area. 6 hours ago, loud explosions in Tehran. Again, this is more on that attack that happened there in Michigan at that synagogue. Again, more on that as well. A lot of the posts that came during this couple hour period here, back at 7 hours ago, were about that. So, Saudi air defenses shot down 3 drones over eastern province. Their defense ministry says that came 7 hours ago. 7 hours ago, the IDF issues urgent evacuation of a building in Beirut. The third warning in that city tonight. Again, and we've seen strikes on camera here tonight of those occurring. Seven hours ago, security Israeli official says Hezbollah has crossed the point of no return. This comes right after, again, and I reported on this at the start of tonight's broadcast, but they launched right around 200 missiles. Hezbollah launched right around 200 missiles last night in a joint Iranian Hezbollah operation. Launched those missiles into Israel last night, over the course of the night. And so the IDF is they're again taking the fight back to Hezbollah today and this evening as well. Current time in Israel, give me 1 second here. Current time in Israel and in Lebanon is 3:54 a.m. Israeli time. Current time in Iran, 5:24 a.m. Just so you guys are tracking what time it is over there. Seven hours ago, photos show Ibrahim Akil, a senior Hezbollah commander tied to the Galilee invasion plan, alongside Hussein Abazi, a Lebanese university nanoscience director, killed today in Hadath. Nanoscience research is linked to advanced materials used in rocket systems, again by Hezbollah. Again, more on that attack that happened in Detroit there. 7 hours ago, the Lebanese prime minister says he has launched a diplomatic initiative to achieve a ceasefire with Israel. It is fairly simple, he says. Hezbollah is not the protection of Lebanon. It is the destruction of Lebanon. Hezbollah must lay down their arms and surrender. Again, Lebanon doing some damage control. They're doing some damage control. They don't want any of this fighting, any of these strikes that we've been seeing here in Beirut. They don't want that. So they're trying to do some damage control. From all reports that I've seen over the past week or two, Lebanese like military, Lebanese security forces have been basically directly coordinating as much as they possibly can with the IDF. They've been working alongside the IDF as much as they possibly can. 7 hours ago, Iranian forces hide under Tehran bridges to evade U.S. and Israeli airstrikes. You can see in the clip here. Seven hours ago, IDF Arabic language spokesman issued another evacuation warning for a building in Beirut. You can see where that's geolocated here on the map. They've been putting out these warnings prior to every strike that's basically occurred there. 7 hours ago, 1 million long guns and loads of ammo mysteriously land in Iran in 2 weeks. Who trains them? Who organizes them into a fighting force, or does it just become a million-man mob? Are Iranians ready for this bloodshed? That was reposted by another OSINT account earlier, by the way. 7 hours ago, must watch. IDF strikes besieged checkpoints in Tehran. I already showed you this video here. Since the U.S.-Israeli campaign began, 16 civilian ships have been attacked, according to data from the Institute of the Study of War. Again, they've been tracking that. Again, that includes those oil tankers, cargo ships, etc. 7 hours ago, in this video here, you see Israeli U.S. Missiles hit Eastern Tehran Command HQ in Varamin earlier today near 15 Khoradad Hospital. And I'll show you this clip. And you can see that footage there, the chaos unfolding in Tehran. Hold on one second. To back up what Becca said in the live chat, yes, the Pentagon is giving another press briefing tomorrow morning. And most likely in tomorrow's live report, I will be kind of going through. We'll probably have 1 million clips posted here in the X feed from that press briefing. We might even play the whole thing and just listen in on it. But we won't be live during the actual press briefing. I believe it's slated for 8 a.m. Eastern, if I'm not mistaken. But we will definitely be taking a look at some of the statements that were made there. Again, it's expected to be just another operational update. Ice Axe Hike says, do you realize if we just put Dasha the cat in charge, there would be no war? Yeah, I mean, that might be the solution. We might have to bring Dasha out of retirement, and that might be the solution to world peace. 7 hours ago, the IDF released body cam footage of troops operating in southern Lebanon. So again, this is one of the first clips we've had of footage like this. Again, I reported, within the first hours of those IDF soldiers going in to Lebanon. I reported on that. Since then, we've had little footage or images. We've had a few, but very little of them actually operating on the ground there, even though we've had many, many reports of their actions that they've been, again, undertaking there in Lebanon, southern Lebanon. But this is some of the first body cam footage that we've had. There has been a few clips, but this is like some of the most prominent that I've seen so far. One of the first clips, I should say, that we've seen. Again, forces from the 91st Galilee Division carried out a nighttime raid destroying Hezbollah Radwan force infrastructure with artillery and airstrikes. Let's take a look at this footage here on screen. So just to break down what we're seeing here, guys, I'm pretty sure what we were seeing in these first few clips is them running what seems to be like planting charges and then running wire. Yeah, running like shock tube or something like that. And then later in the clip, you see them again. In fact, really quickly, hold on, let's see if I can capture it right there. Right. Come on, come on, work for me. Right there. I don't know if you guys can see that white line right there. I'm pretty sure there's a shock tube wire, like a shock tube line, going up over this berm here, and we're seeing the like the light from the shock tube. I mean, it travels extremely fast, but so like again, this is traveling down that tube there. So for a frame, it captured again as he hit the the clapper, right, to detonate that whatever charges that they planted, and you see the kind of light traveling down the shock tube there. I'm pretty sure that's what we just witnessed. Some guy asked, Blur in the Corner, what does this claim to be of? Again, this is claimed to be forces from the 91st Galilee Division. This was posted by the IDF, confirmed to be released by the IDF. Forces of the 91st Galilee Division carrying out nighttime raid, destroying Hezbollah Radwan force infrastructure with artillery and airstrikes. But also, I mean, again, the one thing that I noticed when I watched this video is that they're planting charges. In fact, you can see the wire. Watch the video. First part here. It looks like, like right here, like shock tube. Looks like some kind of shock tube or something that they're using, and possibly they're. Yeah, it looked like a spool, and that looks like shock tube there. Like they were planting charges in that clip, but then later you see them. Later, right here, you see them. Yep, see. So you hear the clap, right? That's like the little, the detonator, right? Your clapper, right? Your clacker, your clapper, whatever the hell you want to call it, right? Okay. I've only gotten to play around with C4 like once or twice, so I'm not a demolitions guy here. But again, I'm pretty sure like when you have the shock tube, again you see like the light travel along the shock tube. It's really quick. And I'm pretty sure that's what we're seeing right there. That little white line that pops up is the light traveling along that shock tube as it goes up over this berm, and then you can hear the detonation of that charge they planted. Just like that. Some pretty crazy footage there. That is some pretty crazy IDF footage, for sure. Let me see here. What do we got? Airstrikes this evening in Lebanon. This was some other footage that was captured earlier. Seven hours ago, the Saudi Arabian Ministry of Defense announced that they intercepted 12 Iranian drones headed towards the highly profitable Sheba oil field. So have you guys noticed a pattern here? Have you guys noticed a pattern? Again, they keep striking that oil field there. Again, more of that Sheba oil field. This is first footage of U.S.-made Lucas kamikaze drone in action over Iraq, reportedly striking an Iran-backed PMF target using the Lucas. Again, U.S. is playing the Uno reverse card here. Again, if those of you that don't know, the Lucas is basically the U.S. military's copycat of the Shahed 136 one-way attack drone. We captured, we got our hands on the Shahed 136 and we reverse engineered it and just built our own that was, a more cost-effective one-way attack drone system for the U.S. military to use. It utilizes Star Shield, which is basically just a Starlink that runs on like a military network that is piggybacking off of the Starlink infrastructure, right? I've talked about this before. It's basically the same thing as Starlink, except you can think about it like a VPN or like a separate tunneled network that is running off of the Starlink network infrastructure. Like, so those satellites that are flying around in orbit, they call it Star Shield. That's what the military calls it. But again, these Lucas drones, they utilize that Star Shield system for communication, navigation, etc. But again, this is the first footage of one of those drones being utilized. Looks like 5 guys had their cell phones out here and each one got a clip. Looks like that's what we're looking at here. So there was reports of another synagogue attack today. We had the one in Michigan, but there's also one that was reported in Norway. I haven't had too much more information on that so far, although we know that there was, again, reports of an attack that occurred there. Again, 8 hours ago, the United Arab Emirates has announced that they engaged 10 Iranian ballistic missiles and 26 Iranian ballistic missiles in the past 24 hours. Okay, this is a typo. 26 UAVs, 10 ballistic missiles. My bad. My bad. So far, this is what they have intercepted, or what Iran has sent, I guess would be more accurate, since the beginning of the war. 1,540 of these UAVs, Shahed 136s most likely, 15 cruise missiles, 278 ballistic missiles. What do these numbers show you here? It shows you that Iran has an absolute buttload of these UAVs to utilize. Now that a lot of their missile launch capability has been taken out, the UAVs is what they are relying on the most. That bro that exists, thank you so much for subscribing, man. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. 8 hours ago, again, those are those statements by Reza Pahlavi, again, the Iranian prince there, the Persian prince. I showed you this video earlier, so we don't need to reiterate that one again. But 8 hours ago, Saudi air defenses intercepted an Iranian ballistic missile launched toward Prince Sultan Air Base, southeast of Riyadh. That came from the defense ministry there in Saudi Arabia. 8 hours ago, Kuwaiti forces are actively intercepting an Iranian drone and missile attack, the army says. That was 8 hours ago. No reports of any strikes that hit. It does look like everything was intercepted there. Same video there. Again, we showed you that earlier. 8 hours ago, this is coming from Hamane Jr., again, the newly elected Supreme Leader, which, again, we have not seen any video of or heard his voice at all. Again, this is like a text. I reported on this earlier this evening, but this was part of those that address that he gave to the world via Iranian state media, via a news anchor. So they were just reading text. So again, no footage of him, no audio of him recorded here. But he said allegedly, a limited portion of this revenge for the blood of our martyrs can already be seen. But until we completely take revenge, this file will remain on the top of all others. We're even more sensitive with regard to the blood of our children, etc., etc. Jute J 100. Thank you so much for subscribing. Half Baked, thank you so much for subscribing. Bathroom Bobby actually gifted 10 gift subs. Bathroom Bobby, thank you so much, man. I really, really appreciate it. Your support goes a really long way. Supreme, thank you for subscribing. Big shout out to all of the guys that are watching on Twitch that just got gifted a sub from Bathroom Bobby. Juno Steele, DJ Christopher, X Kang, Juche, Half Baked, Rondi, Cornish, Wappa, Supreme, Apocalypse, all you guys, everybody give a hand. Give a hand here to Bathroom Bobby. Thank you so much, Bathroom Bobby. He says in the chat, keep up the hard work, Nemico. I will, man. I will for you. We'll keep it going. Again, we're always improving. We're always trying to bring you guys better content, better reporting here. And again, I'm just going to keep this train rolling. Again, Bathroom, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate the support. It helps a lot. All right, where were we here? Hamani Jr. Again said, I sympathize with the families of the martyrs. I have similar experience to these noble people. In addition to my father, I've entrusted my little wife, my self-sacrificing sister, and her younger child, and the husband of my other sister, etc., etc. Again, talking about some of his other family members there that have kind of taken up some of the responsibility. Christopher Thomas, DJ Christopher Thomas, thank you so much. Yeah, to everybody that just got a, I think I might have missed a few of you, but yeah, everybody that got a gift sub. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. I will not let it go to waste. 8 hours ago, strikes on Iran-backed militias on the Sakir camp in Baghdad. Let's take a look at this clip here.
طلع يا ولد طيارة ضربت
Dum Dum asks, the U.S. pilot that crashed, did the pilot make it out of its cockpit? Is he still alive? Are you referring to the F-15 crashes? Because, yes, all of those pilots survived, if that's what you're referring to. If you're referring to the KC-135R Stratotanker, there were 6 U.S. service members on board of that aircraft that unfortunately crashed this evening. We're still waiting to get more information on that. However, we're unsure. We're unsure of their status. Toon Rob on Twitch, good to see you. Good to see you. Says, thank you for the fantastic stream from the UK. Thank you so much for tuning in tonight, Toon Rob. Again, love seeing you guys tuning in from the UK there. And Matt says, self-sacrificing sister. Is he saying she was a suicide bomber? I'm not exactly sure what he was referring to in that post. I believe he was just talking about, like, you know, the fact that they're, you know, some of his other family members are kind of like stepping up to in leadership roles or something, or that they're, you know, that they'll possibly have some role to play here if he dies. Again, it was kind of unclear. It's hard to decipher a lot of what he said in his speech today. A lot of it was just kind of rhetoric. Bathroom Bobby says, dang, any details on why they crashed, or is that still in the works? Do you mean the downed aircraft, the downed Stratotanker, or the F-15s? The F-15s were downed in a friendly fire incident. A friendly fire incident which was, again, caused by a Kuwaiti, basically a deep confliction issue that occurred, and a Kuwaiti aircraft fired missiles on them. Basically, they were in the middle of a panic due to, like, some Iranian drones that they had been intercepting, and there had been, like, reports that possibly there was an Iranian aircraft in the area, and they just kind of panicked and all of a sudden all hell break loose, and those 3 F-15s unfortunately got downed. Bathroom Bobby he just gifted another 5 subs. Thank you so much, Bathroom. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. Holy cow. PJ's Gamer Boy got a sub. Toon Rob got a sub. Gunny Bunny got a sub. I Love to Sleep a Lot got a sub, and J Balls got a sub. Thank you guys. Welcome to Twitch. welcome to the subscriber pool over there on Twitch. For those that don't know, if you do subscribe on Twitch, or if you are a member over on the YouTube channel, you do get the VIP rank, as well as either a Twitch subscriber rank or a YouTube member rank over in the Discord. So if you hold that YouTube member rank or that Twitch subscriber rank on the Discord server, you also get added to the VIP rank on the Discord server, which allows you access to the VIP private chat channel on the Discord server. If you didn't get your ranks, if any of you didn't get your ranks and you are a member or a Twitch subscriber, send me a message on Discord. I'll make sure you get that. But also, anybody that sends a super chat, anybody that supports us in any way financially, gets added to that VIP chat, gets added to our, to the channels that will be able to reap benefits. So everybody that gives any type of financial support is allowed access to those channels. In that channel, I will, whenever I post early information, or an early video, or a members only type of video, or a VIP only type of content in any way, I plan to push out stuff to people that support the channel. Of course, all of our main videos and streams will always be available for everybody, of course, right, free of charge. But I do plan, especially for our YouTube members and our Twitch subscribers, to push stuff out to them early. Sometimes for some of the videos, they'll get early access to it, possibly by a couple hours or even a day, depending on the timeline. But also, eventually down the road, if I plan on doing anything merch promotion codes or anything, anything like that, I'll push that stuff out to you guys in the VIP chat. Anybody that has supported us in any way will have access to that stuff. So, still kind of, figuring out some other ways that I can give back to you guys, that support us. Things like possibly doing some members only, short live streams or members only videos and other content like that for you guys. But I'm still working on figuring that all out. But I definitely plan on paying it forward and giving it back to you guys as much as I possibly can. OmniMover just became a member, speaking of which, on the YouTube channel. Thank you so much, OmniMover. I really appreciate it. Really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you so much. To all the new members, to all the subscribers and stuff. I'll definitely have some stuff coming your guys' way soon. Again, either in the form of a members-only video for you VIP guys, for you supporters. Maybe some behind-the-scenes stuff. Maybe running some members-only polls. I definitely want to have some benefits for you guys. So I'm working on that at the moment and hope to have some stuff for you guys soon. Bobby says, your detailed data analysis is enough for my support. I appreciate that, Bobby. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate it. It means a lot to me, guys. Thank you. All right. To get back into it here so we don't get too sidetracked, though, even though I'm very appreciative. But, again, to get back into it, we're looking at this video here. I'll play this one more time, and then we'll keep rolling down the feed here. But strike on Iran-backed militias in the Sakir camp in Baghdad. Let's take it on.
طلع يا ولد طيارة ضربت
Got the Ford F-150 there. Looks to be a Ford F-150. Epimoo says, I like chocolate assortments. Maybe we'll work on that. VIP chocolate assortments in the shapes of the Nemico logo or something. Again, this is that same video I showed you earlier. Again, this is another incident that happened. This is that same Israel synagogue in West Bloomfield, Michigan. Again, more info on that when that was breaking earlier today. This is all from that. If you guys want to look at these, again, they're over on the X feed here. Again, but the reason I posted these is, again, it's a major event, but also it's kind of Iran adjacent, as, again, this is suspected to be possible terrorism. 8 hours ago, the Israeli military says it carried out strikes on besieged checkpoints. Again, same post is cross-posted from a few different sources there. Again, another reason why these get cross-posted is it shows you verification. It's getting picked up by other pretty dependable sources. Again, our API is only pulling in posts from sources that have been trustable, have a high trust factor, right? So again, like for those that don't know, our X-Feed is a mix of our curated stuff, which we double and triple verify and triple fact check stuff, but then anything else that is pulled in from other open source intelligence sources, so to speak, right, is only coming from those sources which have a proven track record over a very long period of time of giving very reliable information. A lot of these accounts that we pull from, if they fact check something, they'll back it up, right? Like if they find something that they posted was ended up proven to be false or something like that, they'll go back and they'll repost about it, clarifying that, or they'll take down the post, etc. They have a very good track record of being very thorough in that regard. 8 hours ago, Hamas ramps up recruitment amid Iran war. Militants staged a propaganda parade today showcasing newly enlisted fighters armed with AK-47s as the group pushes to rebuild its ranks. What else do you know about this video here? A lot of Toyotas. We've talked about the Toyotas before. These guys really love their Toyotas. I believe this is a Hilux we're seeing there. Are these Hiluxes? Yeah, Hiluxes. They love their Toyota Hiluxes. And they're all wearing COVID masks. I guess they couldn't afford baklavas over there. Interesting. 8 hours ago, the General Staff of Kuwaiti Armed Forces confirms that air defenses are currently responding to hostile missile and drone threats. And that was 8 hours ago. The IDF has released footage of strikes recently on security checkpoints and personnel in Tehran. Again, this is the same post, but separate footage here. This is separate footage, again, of them attacking those checkpoints there. Again, the information, the intelligence that led to these strikes occurring has reportedly been from Iranian people. Iranian citizens have provided this intelligence to the IDF, which has allowed them to conduct these strikes, which is a significant development, to say the least. Again, you see on your screen here the footage of some of those strikes occurring. Iran's international report. Lebanon's parliament speaker, Nabir Berri, reportedly receives more than $500,000 per month from Iran to support Tehran's interests and those of Hezbollah inside Lebanon, according to informed sources. That came 9 hours ago. Update. White House spokesperson says the ABC report suggesting Iran can launch drones towards California is false. Officials say no such threat ever existed. Again, as I said earlier today, this has been more of a kind of a thought experiment in intelligence circles over recent years, and not actually a credible threat. Set Defender 9 hours ago, while testifying today in front of the Senate Armed Forces Service Committee, General Alexis G. Grinkowicz, the commander of the U.S. European Command and Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, says, I'll just play the clip here, what he has to say.
And what I've observed over the course of studying air power in history is that anytime you attack a civilian population, you usually end up finding that it just hardens their resolve. We take this all the way back to the London Blitz in World War II. Right. The Brits just had a stiff upper lip and kept on fighting. And I think that's what we've seen in Ukraine as well. Moving in the war.
So this does not only translate to Ukraine, guys, but this translates to Iran, right? No doubt that U.S. strikes there have a two-way street, right? Okay, so like on one hand, in some regard it might empower the Iranian people, but on the other hand, some Iranians might view that negatively and have more of a negative sentiment towards the U.S. It's another reason why I believe the U.S. and Israel have not begun striking like the power grids, desalination plants, and other utility infrastructure, again, because that would definitely push them more towards the regime, and it would hinder their efforts to, again, promote the Iranian people from, to rise up and overthrow their government there. 9 hours ago, footage from CENTCOM shows a U.S. airstrike hitting an Iranian liquid-fueled ballistic missile as it was being prepared for launch. You can see this clip here. Very short clip, but again, those mobile launchers are getting taken out one by one there in Iran. The Iranian parliament speaker says, quote, tomorrow we will altogether respond to the invitation of our dear and esteemed leader of the revolution, and following the example of our martyr Limam, we will participate in the enemy-breaking Quds Day March. 9 hours ago, another Iranian IRGC chief, he was the chief of clerical affairs in East Azerbaijan province, was eliminated. 9 hours ago, Iran's Larijani to Trump says, quote, we will not relent until making you sorry for this grave miscalculation. Again, the Irans have been doubling down on this idea that they're not going to negotiate, they're not going to surrender, they're going to keep fighting here and causing as much damage as they can on the U.S. if possible. Iran's security chief today said, quote, once again, Trump said that we must win this war quickly. Quote, it's easy to start a war, but it can't be ended within a few weeks. We won't let you off the hook until you admit your mistake and pay the price for it. Meanwhile, 9 hours ago, the IDF chief of staff, Zamir, said, quote, the war against Hezbollah is not a secondary front. Israel will reinforce forces in the north. The northern campaign will not be short. Operations will continue with significant firepower. Another update came here from CENTDefender, this is CENTDefender, but it was coming from CENTCOM, sorry, my bad. Again, outlining more of the equipment they've used. I believe the list is basically the same as the last time I reported on it. However, again, they did update the numbers here. Target struck is now at approximately 6,000. Iranian vessels damaged or destroyed is about 90 plus, again, at the time of this report, which is 1:15 a.m. That's when it started. This came approximately 10 hours ago, give or take. They also did update the list of some of the targets that they've struck so far, including command and control centers, IRGC headquarters buildings, IRGC intelligence sites, integrated air defense systems, ballistic missile sites, Iranian Navy ships and submarines, Iranian air defense systems, anti-ship missile sites, military communication capabilities, ballistic missile and drone manufacturing, weapons production facilities, surface-to-air missile facilities, mine-laying ships, and factories and warehouses as well. Again, here's that post kind of backing up that release there. Here's a photo of a KC-135R Stratotanker refueling a U.S. Navy F-18F Super Hornet over the Middle East during Operation Epic Fury. By the way, this would make one hell of a wallpaper. One hell of a wallpaper. Very crisp. Very, very crisp image there. One second here, ladies and gentlemen. Just checking a few things here. And we're getting closer here. IDF issues urgent evacuation for a building in Beirut's Zakat al-Balat neighborhood. Again, another one of those evacuation warnings put out. So that makes about 5, I think, in the past day. Just 5 over the course of this day, if I'm not mistaken. Israeli airstrike hits the Uwazi near... An Israeli airstrike hits a vehicle in Uzai, near Costa Brava, Beirut. Words are hard, ladies and gentlemen. Words are hard. You can see an image here on screen of where that strike occurred. 10 hours ago, the Iran deputy foreign minister says, quote, we are not laying mines in Hormuz Strait. They have refuted that claim. Footage of the moment a building was struck in al-Bushara, Beirut. Let's take a look here at this clip.
لكن تنزل تطلع ليه؟ بعد يفوتها واحدة ما نزلت.
So you can see the missile enter there from the right side of the clip. One thing that stood out to me when I first watched this clip earlier today was that they're all just kind of standing around there and, waiting for it. But you realize why. It's because the IDF, again, has been, like, putting out these warnings. And it's been a kind of almost a really predictable timeline, of when they give the warning and how long between that warning is given and the strike occurs. It usually falls into the same, hour or two window, give or take. So, a lot of these people, they know a building is going to be struck. And they often just kind of go and wait around and watch it, watch it occur. You can see the missile entering the right side of the frame there. There was a clip I actually posted on the YouTube channel, a short of a strike that occurred in Beirut, and I've had a lot of people commenting on that YouTube short, talking about how they believe it's a like a planned demolition that occurred, or like it was like an inside strike, or like an inside demolition, so to speak, where like ground forces moved in and like planted explosives in that building and then detonated it, destroying the building. Some people messaged me actually earlier and were asking me about that, and I'm still looking into that. And again, it is a pretty puzzling clip that we took, and that's one of the reasons why I uploaded it. Was it not only was one of the biggest strikes that we saw that night, but it was very interesting because we couldn't identify, again, a missile entering the frame. And originally I speculated it possibly had something to do with like the shutter rate, or the the shutter rate on the camera that the reporters are using on the rooftops of those buildings in Beirut. However, again, I'm still looking into that one because that's definitely a pretty puzzling clip that I took. If you guys want to go check that out, it's over on the YouTube channel in the short section there. But I just had another person message me about that a few minutes ago, and I just wanted to clarify that I'm still looking into that, still working on that one. That one's definitely kind of a mystery, but that's why I was kind of paying attention to this clip here coming from Beirut. I wanted to see that missile entering the frame there, and you could definitely see it right about. Hold on. I don't know if you guys saw that there. It's kind of hard to track on this. Okay, yeah, it's so fast you can't even pause on it. But if you guys are watching closely, you'll see that there on the right side. Kipcast just said I posted one and fact checked. If it's true, it's bad news. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Iranian ballistic missile reportedly targeted NATO's Incirlik air base in Turkey. Yes, I watched this earlier. I showed this on stream earlier. Home to an estimated 50 U.S. nuclear bombs. Iran just fired at a nuclear weapons storage facility. Let that sink in. Yeah, I looked at this earlier. Again, we're waiting for more information to come out on this one. I saw this same clip posted earlier. It does look like the missiles were intercepted, if this is true. And I've seen like 4 clips from this incident. It does look like they were all intercepted. This is a pretty big development. However, we're still waiting more information. And again, I can't really comment more on this time because I don't have enough information yet. This is also kind of breaking. This is within the past like hour or two here. We're still waiting on more information on that one. Just like the KC-135R situation, we're still waiting on more to come out from that as well. 10 hours ago, 2 Iranian diplomats defect. Posted in Copenhagen and Canberra seek asylum, joining a rising wave of Iranian officials abandoning their posts. 10 hours ago, the IDF strikes eliminate other key Iranian commanders. I showed you earlier this same graphic. 4 of them have been taken out. A statement from Bernie Sanders earlier saying, quote, "It's not just Iran, it's Lebanon. In less than 2 weeks, Israel has killed 570 people and displaced 750,000, over 10% of the entire country. Residential buildings are being bombed with no warning." Well, we know that's not true. They have been giving warning. Maybe not in all of their strikes, but they have been giving warning in Beirut pretty consistently. And again, we've seen evidence of that. Just if you scroll through the X feed, I've showed you guys tonight, probably like 5 or 6 warnings given before they hit some of these targets. So they are giving some warning. Again, possible that they aren't in other areas. I was looking into these amounts. The displacement statistic is pretty accurate. The casualty count is still up in the air, though. Some images there from Fox News. Don't need to show you that again. I've kind of talked about that. Again, this is more of the cardboard memes from today. Again, ignore this. This is AI generated. IDF Chief of Staff Zamir, during a Northern Command assessment, says, quote, "We have reinforced Northern Command with hundreds of troops, intelligence officers, collection assets, and additional firepower. This campaign will not be short. More forces and capabilities will be brought to the theater there." 10 hours ago, Lebanese footage shows mass evacuation of residents from the area of South Zahrani towards Sudan. We can take a look at this video here. This is people evacuating in Lebanon. Wait, really quick. Kip says if I post something you already covered, just delete it. I'm in and out of the stream. Kip, no. If you post something, I'm not going to delete it because oftentimes it's not in those channels. If it's not in the channel already, I'm going to keep it. If it's in the channel, we might prune it, right? But either way, when somebody posts something, even if I've already gone through it, I still like to do the due diligence here, so I feel like, so you guys feel like I'm reading your messages and I'm looking at the stuff you post, right? I'm not just going to leave you hanging. I'll still show it, especially because there's a lot of people that, like, as you said, tune in and out, or there's people that are just tuning in that might not have seen it. So, again, that's the reason why I still show that stuff. And it's good to reiterate on stuff, too. Give me 1 second here. One moment. Rakasan, if you're watching, I just replied to you in staff chat. If you're watching, I've seen issues with that, but yeah, I'm gonna try to fix that, or at least look into it deeper. There is an issue with Discord's privacy, like, system and how it operates. That, again, it does cause issues with that sometimes. Moving on here, again, we saw that footage of Lebanese people evacuating those areas there. Speaking of that, 11 hours ago, Israeli Air Force strikes in Beirut in southern Lebanon. IDF confirms hitting multiple targets across the region. I'll show you guys that clip here on screen now. Kipcast says more propaganda incoming, so he posted another one here in Misinfo Propaganda. I really like having this dedicated Misinfo Propaganda channel now. So like, again, we have the two separate ones, right? And again, I'm still working on the Discord. I wanted to get that post published like Monday, and it's now Thursday, so I'm going to try to push that out tonight or tomorrow. Finally get that capped off. Finally get the channels like actually finished. I just have a few more that I need to add, and a few more things that I need to edit, and then I can push out a post to you guys outlining how every channel should be used, and outlining all the new channels and all the new features and all this stuff, right? I'm going to do that. But point being, so we always had our fact check channel, right? However, we now have a dedicated misinformation and propaganda channel, and so it's kind of nice to like differentiate between the two. So with fact check, if you have a post that you want fact checked, you put it into the fact check channel. But if you have a post that is misinformation and propaganda, it goes into the misinformation and propaganda channel. And so during these live streams, like, I can pull from those and show you guys like reports that we know are propaganda. For instance, this one here, coming from Iran Military Monitor on Twitter, unverified, which again is confirmed to be a pro-Iranian source, right? It says here, breaking, and again, keep in mind, this is coming from our misinformation / propaganda feed, all right? Okay? It says, breaking, the 44th wave of the Operation True Promise, again, which is what Iran kind of calls their operation, their side of it here, Operation True Promise 4, just carried out against Zionist key sites in the northern occupied Palestine, as well as the U.S. Fifth Fleet and other bases of the U.S. terrorist military region. We are burning the webs of the great Satan in our region, they say. Apologies to headphone users. All it shows is missiles launching, right? Which, again, could very easily be recycled footage. This could be current footage, of course, right? But, all it is footage, them launching missiles, right? It doesn't show interceptions. It doesn't show any of these missiles impacting targets or anything like that. But again, this is another pretty clear example of Iranian propaganda. Another one here, also posted by Kip. Thank you much, Kip. Appreciate it. Also coming from the same channel. Spokesperson for Iran's Qatam Al-Aniya HQ. The U.S. aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln was targeted by naval forces of the IRGC and has been rendered inoperable. Of course, we know that that is not true at this time. The carrier has left the region and is currently returning to the United States. Again, not true. 44.2 thousand views. All right? Again, another example of the issue of propaganda here that we're seeing. And again, I reiterate, propaganda is not just one-sided here. It's not just Iran. I should say it's not just Iran, China, and Russia, because I've talked about this in that video that I put out the other night. It's been proven now that it's not just Iranian-backed botnets or accounts, right, that are pushing pro-Iranian propaganda, but there's other actors, other allies that they have that are pushing pro-Iranian propaganda for them. The Russians are doing it through channels like RT, through bot accounts, through X accounts, etc. The Chinese are doing it as well. Thank you for posting that. Appreciate that, Kip. Appreciate that. Going back here to our XP, really quick, I'm going to check our flight radar because we haven't checked that in a little while. Give me a second here. I'm going to pull that up. I just want to check that real quick. See if we have anything on in the air around Tel Aviv. We do have Yeti 5-3 up in the air. Again, another KC-46A Pegasus. A Boeing 737. Again, so this is on... We don't know. This very well could be like another Stratotanker. I've seen occasionally. The aircraft information won't be populated here on Flight Radar 24. This does look like it is on the ground currently at Ben Gurion. And then, of course, we have another KC-135R heading back into Tel Aviv at this time as well. Too Tall, good to see you. Good to see you. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Again, big shout out to all the mods that are tuning in tonight. Good to see you guys. Give me 1 second here. Just scrolling through to make sure I haven't missed anybody. Make sure I haven't missed anything important. All right, we're getting closer here to our 12-hour mark here. 11 hours ago, British Defense Secretary John Healey says Tehran's deployment of naval mines in the strategic waterways risks commercial and military shipping, and that clearing mines in mid-conflict is nearly impossible. De-escalation, he says, is the surest path to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Here's some statements that were given by U.S. Central Command here by Admiral Cooper, I should say. Here just about 11 hours ago. Let's listen in.
Lucas, indispensable as...
He's talking about those Lucas drones that I mentioned earlier.
Lucas, indispensable, as many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting it at the Iranians.
Really quick, some guy made a good point in the chat. It's another thing to keep in mind when you see those Iranian propaganda posts like the one I showed you just a minute ago. But he says posts in English are likely not targeted at Iranians. Get what I'm saying, he says? Yes, I get what you're... I'm picking up what you're putting down there, some guy. Again, that is another indicator to look at when you're looking at this Iranian propaganda. If it's in English, again, it's most likely directed towards You guessed it, English-speaking audiences, thus making it propaganda.
Lucas, indispensable. As many of you know, and if you don't know, this was an original Iranian drone design. We captured it, pulled the guts out, sent it back to America, put a little Made America on it, brought it back here, and we're shooting it at the Iranians.
And they not only put a Made in America on it, they put a stamp of Elon Musk on it as well. They integrated the Starshield system into it, which again I think was a very smart move by the U.S. military. Very cost-effective system, very cost-effective compared to some of the other drones that we have, some of the other munitions that we have. Again, it's very cheap to manufacture them. I believe their cost, I mean, relative to, you know, not military spending money, I mean, it's still expensive, but it's fairly cost-effective compared to some of the other tech that we have. I believe it's like $30,000 per drone, I believe. I want to get accurate here for you. Yeah, 35,000. It's 35,000 per unit. I knew it was somewhere around 30,000. But yeah, that's still pretty cost efficient compared to some of the other drones that we have, some of the other munitions that we're utilizing here. So it makes a lot of sense for us to be doing that. That's something that we've learned from Ukraine, by the way. That's one of the things that the U.S. has started to pick up from the Ukraine war is that you know, if you can take out multi-million-dollar military systems with a very cheap and inexpensive drone, it's a no-brainer, right? And so again, you see the U.S. starting to kind of go down that route here with, you know, their line of thinking when it comes to manufacturing new munitions and new military systems. You know, how can we create something very cheap, very effective? It's very easy to manufacture. They can do a lot of damage and destroy, you know, as I said, sometimes multi-million-dollar military systems of our enemies. 11 hours ago, Hezbollah commander was killed. You can see some images here on screen. Another one of the Hezbollah commanders, I should say. Again, this is that same footage I showed you earlier of that Lucas drone. It's just from a different clip at a different distance. I believe this was a separate strike than the video I showed you earlier. I believe the other one we showed earlier was it striking a building. But again, another instance of that Lucas drone being used on screen here. You can't really see too much of the explosion because it's behind a berm there. IDF, initial report, the IDF has begun a wave of strikes targeting Hezbollah terrorist infrastructure across Beirut. Again, that came right after Hezbollah fired those barrages of missiles overnight into Israel. Again, what they're saying is a joint Iranian Hezbollah operation that they conducted last night. 11 hours ago, footage of American airstrike on an Iranian liquid-fueled ballistic missile. I already showed you guys that one. This here is a video of IDF striking southern Lebanon. The launcher used moments earlier to fire rockets towards western Galilee. So this was one of the launchers which Hezbollah used to launch that 200-something rockets again into Israel last night. And they very quickly took it offline just a couple hours later. $11 hours ago here, Senate Defender, President Donald Trump will issue a temporary waiver of the Jones Act in response to climbing oil prices, according to a report from Bloomberg. Again, the Jones Act restricts the shipment of cargo between U.S. ports to only U.S. flagged vessels. Another one of those warnings given out to, again, citizens in Beirut before they conducted a strike there. 11 hours ago here, U.S. and Israeli forces reportedly carried out multiple strikes on the Sakir camp in Baghdad, Iraq. Let's take a look at these videos here. Wonderlust in the live chat highlighting a report that I just got through here as well. Still waiting to hear more on it, but there's a fire currently burning at an oil refinery in Texas near Houston. Again, yeah, cause of that is still unknown. Still waiting to get some more details on that. 11 hours ago, a Shah's MK was seriously wounded in a stabbing attack at in Ramat Gan today. He was stabbed from behind and kicked while on the ground. Paramedics from Magen David Adom treated him on site before rushing him to a hospital in Tel Aviv. Police are investigating that attack. German Chancellor on the Iranian war says, quote, there is no evidence to suggest an increased domestic threat in Germany from the conflict. This comes just 12 hours ago. And capping off our 12-hour recap here on our X feed, this coming from Centefender. According to a statement from the U.S. Navy's 5th Fleet headquartered at Naval Support Activity Bahrain, the USS Gerald R. Ford CVN-78 had a fire that originated in the laundry spaces and was non-combat related, and that is contained. Again, we did get confirmation after that the fire didn't really produce much damage. They put it out pretty quickly, and it was of little incident there. Refreshing our feed real quick, I'll just go through like some of the latest that came through over the past like 30 minutes or so here, just to get you guys updated on what's coming in right now. 24 minutes ago, the U.S. temporarily allows sale and delivery of Russian oil already loaded before March 5th. Again, I mentioned that earlier in tonight's broadcast. 24 minutes ago, U.S. President Donald Trump says he believes Iranian Supreme Leader Mojtaba Khamenei is still alive, quote, in some form, despite not being seen publicly since taking office after the war in Iran began. Again, that's coming per Fox News and redistributed to our feed by AZ Intel. 25 minutes ago, Centefender, new wave of joint U.S.-Israeli strikes now reportedly underway in Iran. There's a clip that was posted. There was a clip posted here for us. I believe this is a MQ-9 that we're seeing there.
خیلی ها نمیتونه بزنه پهوادو رو نمیتونن پهوادو
25 minutes ago, Iran has now launched 44 waves of strikes against Israel and their Gulf neighbors, according to Iranian state TV outlets. Again, I showed you some of that other propaganda footage, which I, again, showed on screen here just earlier today, just earlier in this report. 45 minutes ago, a reminder that there is another separate war, which is also entwined with this war with Iran, happening literally right over the border. Right over the border with Iran, you have Afghanistan and Pakistan, right? And there is a separate war occurring there that is very active and also entwined in many aspects with the war, the greater war that's happening in the Middle East here. 46 minutes ago, we got a report in that said Pakistan is carrying out strikes currently across Kabul and several other Afghan provinces. Again, 46 minutes ago. Keep in mind, Pakistan is a nuclear-armed country. Just keep that in the back of your mind. And then to cap this off, at 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, again, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Kane, will be giving a press conference, again, an update on the operation, the U.S. Operation Epic Fury. Again, that's 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We won't be live to be streaming that. However, I will be kind of recapping. We'll be touching on this probably in tomorrow's stream. And I will also, we'll most likely have a bunch of these clips up in the X feed as well for you guys. So if you want to tune into that, you can probably find those on the X feed tomorrow morning after that press release, after that press conference, sorry, is broadcasted. So with that, that concludes our, what was supposed to be a 4-hour stream, ended up turning into about 5 hours here. We're about 4 hours, 41 minutes in here. It'll be about 5 hours by the time I end this off. Wait, give me 1 second here, guys. Give me 1 second. Epi says, thanks for the X-Files latest 12 hours. It is my pleasure, Epi. My pleasure. Too Tall says, yeah, the form is cardboard in 1x1 scale, referring to Mojtaba there. Yeah, you never know. You never know. Some guy says, good show. Thank you so much, some guy. I really appreciate you tuning in the chat tonight, by the way. Again, I always love seeing you guys, again, leaving your comments, your analysis, your opinions in the live chat. And as I say often, again, this is a community effort. So, I really appreciate every time you guys are posting aircraft call signs, or if you see a report before I get to it, as we're, this conflict is unfolding so fast that as I'm going through reports, oftentimes in the background, stuff is still coming in every minute. Every minute we're getting new posts, right? So as I'm reading something off on screen, something could be happening in the background, and of course I'm getting it in my feeds, but it's off screen, or on another screen or something like that, and I'm not seeing it right in front of me. But then I'm reading the live chat and I see it. Again, it gives me a tip off so I can get that up on screen, and show you guys some of that latest information that's coming in. Or other times there'll reports that maybe slip past me, and stuff I hadn't seen or stuff I hadn't considered, etc. Again, going into the OSINT data, sometimes you guys, some of you that track, naval stuff or maritime stuff, you'll see a ship or a report about a ship or something, some activity, that I hadn't seen, or some of you guys, follow the aircraft more, and you're keeping an eye on the skies with Flight Radar 24 and ADS-B and other platforms like that. You'll see a call sign that I hadn't, looked at, and you post it in chat, and then I can get that up on screen. Again, I want to continue to build off this and involve you guys more and more, evolve the content and the way that we present it to you guys here by having you guys interact more and more, with these broadcasts. So again, I really appreciate all of you guys, all of your contributions. And I also really, really appreciate any of the support that you guys have given us, especially just in this stream here tonight. Again, big shout out to everybody that supported the stream this evening. Again, it helps a lot, and again, it goes a really long way in helping me continue to bring you this content. Again, I'm looking to make this more of a full-time effort here on the channel, as we've kind of made a return here over the past month or two. Again, I've been working on like this comeback here for about a year and a half, actually. It's kind of started with the development of some of the other platforms that we're working on right now, like rPanel, INDB, and some other ones which we haven't really announced yet to you guys. And again, then kind of evolved into this idea of the next generation of what this content would look like for you guys, including like the videos and the streams, our 24/7 open source intelligence streams, and our 24/7 camera streams, etc. Which I know I keep saying I'm going to get those live after these live reports, and I keep running into roadblocks. I keep running into these hurdles with getting those back up and running. I've just been trying to, improve those as much as possible before I get them back up. We also, of course, after the great YouTube incident of 2026, which occurred a week or so ago when we got knocked off YouTube for about a day, I wanted to make sure that I had all of my ducks in a row before I got those back up and running 24/7 for you. But I can tell you that very shortly here, possibly tonight or possibly tomorrow, and I know I've said this before, but don't worry, I'm working on it. I will have those back up and running. So we'll have our 24/7 Iran open source intelligence stream back up and running. We'll have our 24/7 camera stream for Iran in the Middle East back up and running. We will have our Ukraine war open source intelligence monitor stream back up and running, and we will have our Ukraine war camera stream back up and running. And also in the works is a China-Taiwan open source intelligence stream / camera stream as well. I want to get that out to you as well. So, and this kind of ties into the Discord and how this greater system and ecosystem works that I'm kind of building here, is that as a major event unfolds, right, or as like the threat level, for instance, starts to elevate for a certain region or a certain area or a certain situation, not only so it goes from being a normal channel for a region, right, in the Discord. As the threat gets elevated, it gets added to the threat elevated category, right? So say for like Venezuela, for instance, like currently in our threat elevated category over on the Discord, we have the U.S., again, that is directly caused by some of the domestic tension and civil unrest that has occurred here in the U.S. over the past recent months here. You also have Mexico. That was elevated. We elevated that region, again, due to the cartel violence which was occurring there. Of course, you have Venezuela after the situation with Maduro, and then, of course, Cuba because of the situation that is occurring there as well. Those are the current threat elevated countries. We have kind of a threshold that it has to meet before we elevate it that far. And then once a conflict breaks out, right, we then go ahead and expand that into its own dedicated category. So, for instance, right now we have an entire dedicated Middle East category. We call that the critical level, right? So we have one for the Middle East right now. We have one for Ukraine. But then some of you might notice we also have one for China-Taiwan. You might say, well, there's not a war happening in China-Taiwan yet. Well, again, the intelligence community, over the past few years, again, there's been a lot of indicators that most definitely we are going to see a war with China, again, invading Taiwan or attempting to invade Taiwan. And over recent years, and even more recently over the past few weeks or past few months here, we've seen, again, a continued effort by China, right, to increase their military readiness. They've been launching drills and stuff in the Taiwan Strait there. And that's why we decided to, again, elevate that to a critical level, because we're getting closer to that 2027 deadline that China has set to be ready to invade Taiwan. So we want to closely monitor that situation as well. And that's another reason why we're going to be getting a open source intelligence monitor stream running for that, and probably bring you guys some reports on that as well in video form, possibly even live report form in the coming months here. But basically how this greater ecosystem works, as I said, is a region or a situation will go from standard, right, baseline operation, right, baseline levels, to then a threat elevated level, and then a critical level, right? When it reaches elevated, it gets its own channel, just a singular channel under the threat elevated category in the Discord. When it reaches critical is when we start providing you guys 24/7 open source intelligence streams. So not only does it get like its own category on Discord, but also on the YouTube channel, you'll have a dedicated stream that is automated and powered by rPanel, right? By this software suite, by this ecosystem that we've been developing. You'll have dedicated streams 24/7 on the YouTube channel, again, monitoring that situation in two form factors. You'll have the open source intelligence monitor, and then you'll have the camera systems as well. We're working on ways to possibly blend those as well, or keep them separate. Again, we're kind of looking at what the best route is for that at the moment. And then, so you see, that's what's happened with Ukraine, and that's what's happened with the Middle East here. And so also we'll most likely be doing that with China and Taiwan here. And then, of course, as other regions, again, have conflicts break out, if we reach that threshold where it needs to reach critical, then they'll get open source intelligence streams, the monitors, I should say, the 24/7 automated ones, and the camera feeds as well. All right. And then along with that comes with reports like what you're watching right now. All right. Where we come live, we go live, and then we bring you guys reports on what's happening for that incident. Until that threshold again gets lowered back down to a point where again a more staggered approach to the reporting is warranted, right? So that's kind of like a little tidbit there, a little bit of insider knowledge there for you guys on kind of how we're operating here and what we're looking to develop, I should say. Catmint, good to see you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Doom Pie, good to see you. Bathroom Bobby, thank you so much. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the support tonight. Yeah, again, another shout out to everybody that supported us this evening. I really, really appreciate it. And again, as I said before, we are going to be working more and more on bringing you guys, those of you that support the channel, some exclusive content. All of the main stuff will always be free to everybody, though. Okay? All right? I'm not going to, create some really awesome, piece of reporting or some really awesome video or something like that, and then keep it from everybody. But there will be some exclusive stuff for those of you that have supported the channel 100%. Again, I'm in the works on that right now. I don't know exactly what it'll look like. It'll probably be a variety of different things. Definitely want to do maybe some like behind the scenes or some more interactive stuff with you guys. Again, we're working on that, and I hope to bring that stuff to you guys very soon here. But back to the open source intelligence streams for Iran and that camera stream for Iran. I'm going to try to, again, look at getting that up this evening after I'm done live with you guys here right now. Another video's in the works, possibly will be released this weekend. If not, we're getting into a schedule now where videos will be posted every Wednesday. All right. I'm aiming for every Wednesday. It might end up being every Thursday. Again, I'm still trying to get the schedule locked in here. I want two things. My main goal is to have two things schedule-wise, right? I want to have a concrete schedule for streaming and a concrete schedule for video releases. I'd like to do 1 or 2 videos a week. One video will be like, the typical one we've been seeing, like the AI video I did last night, or the video we did on the situation in Mexico, or the other video we did on Iran last week or whatever. So that will be usually our Wednesday or Thursday upload, and then we'll have another video that will come out at some point during the week, which will either be a longer form content or it'll be a short. Again, I'm still working on how that's all going to work, but then getting into a consistent streaming schedule as well for you guys is also in the cards. But Parker says, and the occasional mic mute with faster cursor speed. Yeah, we'll work on that. We'll work on that. Maybe we'll have to bump up the cursor speed again there. I think the change to the cursor tonight was I think this was long overdue. Again, we're using the black cursor now. I'll have to wait for the reply from whoever the gentleman was that left those comments for us. Maybe if he approves of the black cursor, it'll most likely stay here. Yeah, for sure. There was something else I was going to say here just a second ago, and I'm losing my train of thought. Something about something that was important, and now I'm forgetting. Kingsley says, "Are you not heading back to the Army?" I'm still in the Army, still doing that. Yep. Again, that's the problem with scheduling right now. That's the problem with scheduling this stuff for you guys. And again, the cause of a lot of delays is, again, still working. So trying to fit all of this around that. Trying to fit that all around that is the big issue. So yeah, trying to get a concrete schedule going for streaming and videos. That's the big hurdle right now. And then there was another big one there. There was another big point I was going to make. Totally forgot what it was. It'll come to me. Give me a second here. It'll come back to me. Something was important to mention. I've totally lost the train of thought now. See what you guys do to me? Epimu says the Big Finger needs to make the odd cameo appearance. Hopefully, yeah. We'll get that in there. It's maybe when I need to really emphasize the outline of something. We'll bring the Big Finger mouse in. Parker says I only speak in DD214 now. Right on. That'll be me eventually. Someday. Tom Bombadil says, "You the best, Nemico." You are the best, Tom. You are the best. No, Parker, you're good. I distracted myself, really. Yeah, there was something important. I guess we have, the update to the Discord. Again, that's still in the works. Finishing that off as we speak. There's only a few more channels that need to be added, and I just need to edit a couple things. Edit a few more of the static channels. The FAQ needs to be updated. The server rules needs to be updated. Things like that. And then I just need to get a big post out to you guys outlining all the new changes and what each channel is for and how it functions and, some of the new features and stuff like that. So that's coming, again, probably today or tomorrow. I think I said that earlier this week and then got totally sidetracked by other stuff. So, okay, yeah, okay, I just remembered. I got back on thought track here. So coming here pretty soon, I don't know when this is going to happen, probably early to mid-April at some point. There's going to be a little bit of downtime on the channel for I don't know, maybe a week, maybe a couple days, maybe a week. Again, I'm not sure exactly how long it's going to take, but I'm switching studio space at some point in early to mid-April. And again, during that time, I don't know what the content schedule is going to look like. I don't know what the streaming schedule is going to look like. I'm going to attempt to I'm going to attempt to do the professional thing, which is to get some videos and content produced for you guys ahead of time so we can upload that stuff during that period of time. But again, I don't know exactly when that's coming, but I'll probably put a post out about it either on YouTube or on Discord or both. I'm pretty sure that was the big thing that I needed to mention to you guys before I got distracted, before I lost my train of thought. Again, I'm not 100% sure there, but I believe that was the big thing there. Parker says, Nemico, as a Afghan GWAT vet, you think any coverage on the Pakistan-Afghanistan conflict would be worth it? Or is that just too much onto the plate? No. So, if for those of you that have been watching, I don't know if Parker, if you were watching, but literally the night before the Iran, the Iran conflict broke out, I did a live breaking news report on Pakistan and Afghanistan, and was expecting at that time for that to be the main focus of content for that week. I had put out a video where I basically called that the U.S. was going to begin strikes in Iran just days before that. I put out that video. Again, I had been going through all of the open source intelligence data and reports and indicators, and again doing a bunch of research and analysis over the course of the past 2 months, and I had come to this conclusion that this was going to happen. Very similar to what happened back in Ukraine. Very, very similar. Again, basically called it. I don't want to toot my own horn or anything like that. But then the situation with Afghanistan and Pakistan broke out, and I was like, oh, well, maybe the Iran conflict is going to hold out a little longer. Like, maybe the U.S. will, since this is happening, right? Maybe they'll wait, I kind of had this thought in the back of my mind, which again was, foolhardy of me, I should say. But then it was literally the next day that the situation broke out here in the Middle East with Iran. And I had planned with Afghanistan and Pakistan to do a video on it, and do some streams over the course of that week. But then again, that got overtook by what's happening here in Iran. I do have a video in the works that I don't know if that's going to get posted this week or next week, but coming soon here, I do have a open source intelligence analysis update / deep dive video on what's going on with Pakistan and Afghanistan, and how it's kind of tied in to the greater Middle Eastern conflict that's happening now. It's kind of like an update on everything that's been going on there between Pakistan and the Taliban in Afghanistan. Kind of like an update on what's been going on there and how it ties in here to the greater picture here in the Middle East. If I say any more stands, I'm going to have a freaking seizure here. Too tall, appreciate that. Space Beagle Pup says, AI video, Mexico, China. I do plan to do more of those AI breakdown videos. Again, I really like doing that type of content. I have fun making it, and I think it's really constructive content, and I think it's really good content for people to watch. You know what I mean? I think the more of that gets made, the better for my viewers. You know what I mean? The more of that knowledge that they have, the better, right? Because the better their ability will be to thwart things like propaganda, misinformation, and AI generated images and video, right? That's being used as misinformation and propaganda, right? So I definitely do want to make more of that stuff. Probably some deeper technical deep dives in how some of those models work. Maybe some more technical deep dives in how some of those models that you use to analyze those AI videos, right? To debunk those, going into some deeper technical dives on how all that stuff works. Again, is in the cards. Possibly going into some further videos on just general propaganda and misinformation techniques used by some of these state actors is in the works. Doing some dedicated ones per region, like China, Taiwan, or Ukraine, Russia, definitely are in the cards for sure as well. Again, I got a list. I have a list that I've been compiling over the past year or more of video ideas that, every time I'm doing, some research or some analysis, I'm like, hey, this could definitely make a good video, and I need to add this to the list, and then this list ends up being 100 items long. Probably, I have upwards of 100 video ideas, as of ones that are already in the works, I've conducted research and analysis and begun editing or writing scripts for. It's 20 or it feels right around 28 videos long. So almost 30 videos I have in the works for you guys, and I'm trying to schedule them and get them edited and finish them off and then release them in a scheduled scheduled order. But then what happens is you get these breaking news events, right? Like Mexico or of course, the Iran war, you know what I mean? That kind of take precedent, right? And so that stuff gets pushed to the back burner. For instance, the 4th anniversary video I have for Ukraine, which I've been working on now for over a year, and meaning editing the actual video and recording stuff for it and compiling stuff for it, has been in the works for over a year. Over a year. And that video just keeps getting pushed farther and farther back because, again, stuff like this that I'm doing here. But I hope to have that one actually done pretty quick here soon. That's actually kind of 2 videos that are either going to get jammed into one or split into 2, and I still haven't decided on what I want to do with that yet. One is kind of like an open source intelligence update report on just everything that's been happening in Ukraine over the past year or so, and where that conflict is at right now, and where I think it's going. And kind of goes through reports, goes through the data there, and kind of gets you guys caught up on what's been happening there and where it's probably going, right? The other half of that video, though, is a recap of everything that we did here on this channel back in, from 2022 through 2020, late 2023, early 2024, in regards to Ukraine, especially the initial days of the Russian invasion in Ukraine. All of the stuff that we saw, all the clips, it goes through clips from our live streams. It goes through, just different, highlight. It's basically a big highlight reel of everything that occurred there. It's kind of like this documentary style video that I've been working on, that not only highlights everything that we did on the channel here, but highlights just some of the major events that occurred during those initial days of the invasion, during the initial days of that war. Some things that people might have missed, some things that people might not remember, etc. So I hope to have that out here for you guys soon. TM. That's become the new catchphrase here on the channel. Is soon TM. That's trademarked. We have that trademarked. We're gonna have to maybe get that on a T-shirt there. Omni Mover says a worst AI of the week video. Yeah, that could be a good one. I did think about that at one point, doing your weekly dose of AI or something stupid like that. Where we basically just go through all of the propaganda, misinformation, and AI generated fake videos from different geopolitical situations or conflicts, etc., and bring that stuff to you guys. It's a lot. It's a lot to work on. It's a lot to think about. But again, I'll definitely be looking at bringing you guys more of that stuff soon. TM. Parker says, just woke up, so you only caught the tail end of this one. Damn, must have missed it. Is it posted? I'll watch it tonight. Yeah, as soon as this stream goes down, so as soon as I click end on this stream, it immediately, I'm pretty sure within minutes, is up as a fully watchable video under the live tab on the YouTube channel. So go check it out. And you can also watch it on Twitch. These streams are also recorded and saved on Twitch, but on Twitch they only stay for, I think, 14 days. I think it's 2 weeks. I think they stay on Twitch for about 2 weeks, and then Twitch deletes them. But on YouTube, they stay up forever. John Wayne asks if Turkey was hit. Yes, we're still waiting for more information on that. I'll probably cover that at greater length in tomorrow's stream. Of course, guys, at any time, if something super, super major happens, right? If something super major happens, I have some systems in place to kind of alert me of that stuff. And again, if something really major happens, I go live no matter what. It could be 3 a.m. I could be halfway asleep. I got alarms set. Let's put it that way. All right. If you see something pretty major happening, feel free to blow me up. Feel free to blow me up on Discord. Send me messages. Get my attention. Whatever. And again, we'll get live and we'll give you guys reports for that stuff. I'm on call. I'm essentially on call. When I'm not working, when I'm not working, I'm on call essentially. And even while I'm at work, I can still hop on and give you guys reports in some capacity. I'm sure I can make that work. Sure, in some way I can make that work. But again, guys, this basically concludes tonight's live stream report. Again, we're just over the 5-hour mark here. Originally, I set out to do about a 4-hour stream tonight, but as always, we blew way past the time frame for the streams. Again, we're kind of settling into again in the early days of the war. About a week ago, over the first week and a half, we were doing 7 to 10 hour streams daily. I'm now settling into more of like probably a 4 to 5 hour stream per day kind of thing, with maybe possibly a day here and there. Once a week, I might not do a stream depending on what my schedule's looking like and what's going on and what the tempo, what the operational tempo is looking like, so to speak, here with the war in the Middle East. If we have less news one day or a less eventful day, I might, again, decide to hold off, especially if my schedule kind of conflicts with it, hold off for a stream. But at the moment, it's one stream a day. We're aiming for 4 to 5 hours, again, bringing you ongoing coverage of the war in the Middle East. Parker's asking about the Stan video that was posted. Yeah. Okay, yeah. Yes, that Pakistan-Afghanistan video, I'll definitely, again, that we do have, so I had one in the works prior to this Iran stuff kicking off, and I might just update it, you know what I mean, to kind of give a recap of everything that's been going on. But that's definitely in the cards, yes, 100%. J-Balls, thank you. Appreciate it. Again, for those that are not already in our Discord server, there's a link to that in the description below. Again, over there you can find 24/7 open source intelligence updates aggregated by both myself in our automated feeds, but also by our great community, again, who is at work 24/7, aggregating reports and data from different sources. Again, it's a great place to get analysis and reports. We have many different channels and categories over there, and again, we just added a whole bunch of stuff. As I said earlier, I'll be finishing off the update on the Discord here over the next day or so, and then putting out a post outlining all of those changes and all those different channels and how they are meant to be used, etc. You can also join in on the community discussion there, which again is ongoing almost 24/7 in those channels on the Discord server. So it's a great place to join in on the chat when these streams aren't live. You can, again, you guys can congregate over there and discuss and speculate and, again, share in this great information. Also, if you want another source of great updates, X. We're on X, of course, as you very well know. X.com/Nemico Network. There's a link to that in the description below. Again, follow us over there. Again, great source of information and 24/7 updates. And a lot of people, probably think by now after following us on X that we're just, all it is Iran war stuff. But some of you may know we cover everything globally there. It's just that right now the situation with Iran and the Middle East is taking up so much of the news volume that you hardly see anything else being posted over there because everything is so focused on the Middle East and what's going on in Iran. If you haven't already, hit the like button below. Go check out our latest video on the YouTube channel. Again, put a lot of work into that one. It's a open source intelligence breakdown and deep dive into AI-generated fake images and videos that are being circulated in this conflict in the Middle East, and also just general misinformation and propaganda, how you can identify it, how you can spot it, and how you can combat it. Highly recommend you go and check that out. If you do go and watch that, share it with somebody that might need to get more informed on that subject. Hit the like button. Leave us a comment, again, letting us know what you think in the description below that video. If you have any insights or analysis, let us know. We always love to see that stuff. Highly, highly, highly appreciated. Trying to think what else. If you're not already subscribed, make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel or follow us over on Twitch so you're always getting notified when new videos or streams go live. Parker's asking anything on Discord regarding the 2 terror attacks today that happened stateside. I'm pretty sure there might be. Again, I'd have to look. Again, a lot of the new channels I added for like the domestic stuff, I still haven't outlined how those channels should be used. So I think a lot of people don't even realize they're there yet in the Discord server. But again, I'm hoping to get that post put out to you guys, and then everybody will kind of have that aha moment of, okay, this is what should go here, this is what should go there, etc. And hopefully that will promote the use of a lot of those other channels, especially like the domestic ones, etc. I think that about sums it up, though. Keep an eye out for the Open Source Intelligence 24/7 monitor stream. Again, as I keep saying, I'm going to get it up after the stream. I sound like a broken record. Again, kept running into roadblocks this week, but I'm determined now. Today's Thursday. Tomorrow's Friday. I'm determined now to finally finish that project off. Finish, again, kind of fixing those and, putting some other, touches on those, final touches on those, so to speak, to get those back up and running for you guys. So keep an eye out for those. Those may or may not go live tonight again, and then hopefully stay live 24/7 for the remaining future. For the foreseeable future, they will be staying live once I get them up and running. That's the key word there, is once I get them up and running. But yeah, keep an eye out for those. Again, big shout outs to everybody that supported us tonight. Big shout out to all the mods that are tuning in tonight and helping moderate over on the Discord, on Twitch, and on YouTube as well. Thank you guys so much. The help is highly, highly appreciated. I think that about sums it up, ladies and gentlemen. Catch us live tomorrow. I'll probably post in the Discord when we're going to go live. I might or might not post on the YouTube post section in advance when we're going to go live too. Again, still trying to figure out what time I'm going to be going live tomorrow. Probably same time we did today. Maybe a little earlier, maybe a little later. Again, it depends. As I said, I'm still trying to refine my schedule and figure out when I can, get this stuff locked in, like what time slots I can get this stuff locked in at. So, bear with me on that one. Again, I always appreciate it. But catch us live tomorrow. We'll be back here again, giving our ongoing coverage of the ongoing war in the Middle East. And I believe that about sums it up. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. As always, stay safe, stay sharp. You're watching Nemico Network.
Nemico.